situation with the snowbank.
Oh.
So
That's
Christine's out of town, so it's just him, so. Since everybody says they'll be here late, but they'll be here, they don't know how late. If we've got a quorum, we'll probably just go ahead and do the tax levy. Alright, so this is a levy hearing of the Mahomet Board of Education, called to order at 6:32 p.m. on Monday, December 16th. We have a roll call. Dawn, please.
Giles.
Here.
Keith. Hendricks. Schultz.
here.
Larson. Hennessy.
Here?
McComb.
Here. And speaking of board members with situations that are making them run late tonight, we have Trent with a situation that allows him not to be here at all. And so Dr. Hall is going to step in and conduct the hearing.
Big shoes to fill, so I'll just give a broad overview. The tax levy that's being presented tonight during the board meeting for a vote is the same that was presented as a preliminary tax levy at our November 18th board meeting. Nothing has changed. After the November 18th board meeting, we had a finance committee meeting last week, and Merle and Ken ran through this, discussed it a little bit. We also had the opportunity to have a discussion about some of the abatement items on here, because Kevin Hyde from Stiefel Nicholas was at the finance committee meeting. So just a very small increase in the tax rate, basically a penny. And I think it's also worthy to note that you're only actually required by law to have this hearing if you're going to increase the overall levy by 5%, and we're just right under that at 4.92%. We're always very happy to see a growing EAV. It went up by just under 4% this past year, so that certainly contributes to us to being able to keep our tax rate steady. So.
I'm assuming the EAV increase is what moved us to the 4.9% mark. Because it's not because we raised the
Oh,
rate.
right. Yeah.
Any questions?
Well, I just don't understand why our rate went up.
It went up because we did increase the amount in Social Security and tort liability, and we have seen an upward trend in spending in both of those accounts, and we felt that it would be wise to just increase the dollar amount there, and then that then results in the tax rate going up slightly.
So the education fund is fixed at that 24.5 cents, so that's even. The bond rates are all fixed, and if we don't bond anything new, that's all fixed. So
That's
there's
what the county sets the bond, right?
Yes.
The county
Yeah.
sets the bond rate
And
Right.
based on our bonds, and then all the ones are fixed except for Social Security, IMRF, and
So if anything goes up at all, there could be a small increase. Of course, but the big dollars, of course, are in the top three funds up there on the new color.
Right, but those can't
Right.
change by law, right, so.
And the finance committee agreed to accept this as it was. Also, there were no recommendations to make changes.
Any other questions from the board? Since this is a public hearing, are there any questions from the public? See,
Why did the tort spending go up?
Our legal bills have gone up, and we've also, with Social Security and IMRF, we've added employees.
also some of the safety initiatives get paid for that toward too.
School resource officer salary comes from that too.
There's multiple reasons. Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to adjourn the levy? Hearing, not the levy, hearing.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of adjourning the hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are on recess till 7 o'clock. Good evening. It is 7:02 PM on Monday, December 16th. At this time, I'd like to call to order the regular monthly meeting of the Hoppesville Board of Education. I'd like to remind everyone that's got a cell phone with them to please silence it so we don't get disturbed. And if you're a visitor tonight, in order to facilitate an effective meeting, if you're a visitor that wants to make comments or communicate to the board, please read the visitor guidelines, and then on the table outside, complete the orange public participation form and get those to Dawn here in the next couple of minutes. Public comments are only allowed during public participation portions of the meeting. Other than that, board meetings are not interactive with those in attendance. We appreciate everyone here tonight, and could we have roll call, please?
Giles,
Here.
Keith,
Here.
Hendricks,
Here.
Schultz,
Here.
Larson, Hennessy,
Here.
McComb.
Here, Larson will be joining us shortly, I believe. Stand for the pledge, please. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Board members, you have had an opportunity to review the agenda previous to tonight. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as it's been presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Motion second is discussion on the agenda. Hearing none, roll call on the agenda, please.
Larson, Hendricks,
Yes.
Giles,
Yes.
Hennessy,
Yes.
Keith,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes. Board members, you've also had an opportunity to review the consent agenda for tonight. On the consent agenda, we have minutes from previous meetings. We have the approval of bills with the treasurer's report, some personnel changes, and minutes of closed session. Would anyone like to remove anything from the consent agenda for further discussion or individual discussion?
Can we just remove the November 16th or 18th minutes? And I'd ask that we table those for the next meeting.
Okay, there's been a request to remove the November 18th minutes. We'll handle those separately in just a minute. Okay, any discussion on the rest of the consent agenda? Motion and second discussion, have a roll call vote to approve the consent agenda, please.
Do we have a motion, a second, first and a second?
Yes. Oh, we did.
No.
I'm sorry. Is there,
We have a
we don't.
motion.
Is there a motion to approve the rest of the agenda? I'm sorry. So we're removing November 18th.
Do we need a motion to approve that, or a motion and then a second for that?
No, we can remove it just based on the request to remove it, and we'll come back and deal with it. Okay. So motion to approve the remainder of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there further discussion on the consent agenda? Okay, I'm sorry. Now we'll do the roll call.
Hennessy,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Keith,
Abstain.
Giles,
Yes.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Larson, McComb.
Yes, okay, now in regards to November 18 minutes, do you want a motion to table those to the next meeting? Okay, the suggestion is to table into the next meeting. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Any further discussion on tabling the minutes? Is there just something we need to correct, or?
Yeah, I just think it would be easier to send stuff to Dawn and then submit them than to take time now.
Okay. All right. Can I do that in a voice vote or need a roll call? Let's just do it on a roll call.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Hennessy,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Larson, Giles,
Yes.
Keith,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes. One of the things we just did was under personnel was to approve a new hire, and Christine Northrop's going to do some introductions.
Didn't we hire her last month?
So if you'll be,
Just an introduction.
Introduction.
just an introduction, yeah. So if you'll just be patient with me for a second before I start the formal introduction, I just want to say how excited we are to have and to be able to hire Tracy tonight. So we've asked ourselves for a while, what do we do with the teacher shortage, and particularly a special education teacher shortage, and what we've tried to do or encourage people to do, what we hope to do is grow our own, and Tracy is one of those. So we're super excited about that. And she happens to be, she's teaching now, but she just finished her teaching assistant position in a classroom at the junior high, where there's also a former teaching assistant who is now a special education teacher, and both of those teaching assistants worked under Marissa. So very exciting and probably very well taught. So now we'll get on to the formal part of this. This is Tracy Patterson, who grew up in Danville, Illinois. She graduated from the University of Illinois in 1993 with a bachelor's in sociology. She spent the last 7 years working as a paraprofessional for Muhammad Seymour Junior High. And she recently graduated from Grand Canyon University with a master's degree in education, special education. Tracy is the mother of 6 mostly grown children and a grandmother to 3 adorable grandchildren, one who just arrived a week ago, and another to come in the spring. She lives in Muhammad with her husband Shannon and her son Eli, who are both here tonight. Eli is an 8th grader at the junior high this year, correct? Yep. And in her spare time, Tracy enjoys spending time with her family. She's an avid reader, enjoys going to the Colts and Cardinals games with her husband, and she is very excited to be teaching, and we are very excited to have her at the Atlas program. Welcome.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Donations, Dr. Hall.
Okay, we have 5 this month. First one is an anonymous donation to the high school, cash for yearbooks for students who are in need at $500. Another anonymous donation to the high school, it's cash for the weight room, a donation of $5,000. Anonymous donation to the junior high, cash for instruments for our band program, that's $1,888.38. A donation from Lisa Powell to Lincoln Trail, it's cash for the Give Me 5 backpack program, $75. And Michael and Jill Kellner, a donation to Lincoln Trail, also cash for the Give Me 5 backpack program. That's a donation of $1,500 for a total of $8,963.38. So we are very, very grateful for incredible generosity to all the members. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the donations as presented? Okay, we'll give that to you. Is there a second? We'll give that to Colleen. Discussion on donations. Continue to have a very generous community, and that shows every month. So, thank you to all those who participated. Roll call vote on donations, please.
Schultz,
Yes.
Giles,
Yes.
Larson, Keith,
Yes.
Hennessy,
yes?
Hendricks,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes. It's communication time. And first of all, is there anyone here from the PTO tonight? Who wishes to speak? MSEA, I know we've got someone here.
Good evening. James Heinold from MSEA. Just for some people who might not know, this is my 7th year as president, co-president of the MSEA. And so we have monthly exec meetings where we have representatives from all of the people that are represented in the union to come, and we meet and talk about issues. And things have got off to a really great start in our buildings. Probably the first year since I have been president, co-president, that things have been running really smoothly in the schools. The principals, all the staff are pleased with the principals. We're pleased with the assistant principals. Communication is going great. So no issues or anything. It just seems to be running really, really smooth right now. And then we also have communication meetings. So Megan Jones is co-president with me. We have monthly meetings with communications with the admin. And so we meet with Christine and Lindsay and Nicole on a monthly basis. And we talk about issues that come up, and we're able to work through those issues and in a very collegial way. While we don't always agree on issues and items, we work through it, and everything seems to work out in the end. We walk away and everybody feels pretty good on how that's going. I have been in attendance at board meetings more frequently this year than I ever have the last 7 years. I hate to admit it, I've been at more meetings this year than all the years combined. But there's more things that have been come up at the board meetings that deal directly with the union and with the staff that I work with and represent that I think needs my attention. And so I've been coming to the board meetings so I can show support for the union and the teachers that I work with. I think a couple of months ago in October, one of the things that came up that was a possible board policy mention that Mrs. McMurray mentioned and talked to was about the usage of video in the classroom. And so that's been something that we've been talking in the MSEA exec meetings in all of the buildings, and seems to be just a concern on the direction in which that's going. And doesn't seem to be that there's been very much teacher input or anything in that direction or discussion with the staff that has to implement that policy if it ever becomes or put in place. So that is a continuing thing that we're continuing to talk about. And then Thursday, the board packet came out, and we had an exec meeting on Friday, and there was a FOIA request that was made that by a board member that the MSEA exec talked about, and we were concerned on the direction in which that FOIA request is going or will be going, or what the purpose of that FOIA request. And what that FOIA request was for all current MSUSD number 3 employees. The school board member requested current title, the salary amount, which is public knowledge. And including that, they asked for the benefits amount and the sum of any stipends and other compensation that staff get for this year and the past fiscal year. And so we were just kind of concerned on that request, on what the purpose is of that request, and we're not even going to be in negotiation for 2 more years. And so we're talking about that, trying to figure out the direction in which that's going. So that's why I'm here, and I told the exec committee that I would come make a request. If there's anything that we can do, but we are, we're concerned on what that FOIA request is for. So, other than that, I thank all of you guys for the job that you guys do. And I know you guys have had a lot of meetings the last 2 months, and thank you for your time and giving me the opportunity to come up here and speak.
Thanks for sharing, James.
Thank you. Next up is communication from Foundation, and we're happy that during the last couple of minutes, Lori Larson has been able to join us.
Sorry, I had a family something happening. So we just met last week as the foundation, and we will be awarding $20,000 in classroom grants to the different buildings that applied for them. We had applications from every building, and they'll be notified before the holiday break. I'm not in charge of that, so I don't know that she has done that yet. And then I believe there was additional grants between 7 and 15,000 from an outside foundation source that took up something to go in. So these are things that they're doing. The foundation this year and the past is really trying to stick with their mission and fund things that are above and beyond the classroom, not furniture. So I know that if you're aware, in the past there's been a lot of sensory needs for kids. We all know that if we have kids of our own, but that they're really trying to stick with what the mission is, and it's educational enhancement opportunity, and that's where the mission is for the board. So they're going for that, and then again, that comes about by the Bulldog Bash, which is May 8th again, and we raise the money there and put that right back into our schools. And that's it for the foundation.
Thank you for the foundation report. Visitors, we've got one visitor that's asked to address the board tonight, and that's Jim Lukowski. Jim, you can take the podium, and Jim wants to talk to us about board's plan on implementing HB 0246. And once you start, you've got a maximum of 5 minutes, and we'll run the time.
Okay. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for the board members. I've looked over the minutes prior to coming here and saw that you guys have really been spending a huge amount of time as volunteers, so I really appreciate that, as I'm sure just every parent does. I've read in Muhammad Citizen about considerable investment that you guys are making, so thank you. So my question was, well, I have 3 boys who are in the schools, and a couple in the high school and one in the middle school, I just wanted to ask the board if you're aware of or what your plan for implementation of House Bill 0246 is, which becomes effective on July 1st, 2020. And I'd like to read a synopsis just in case you're not familiar with it. It's real, the synopsis is very brief. So this amends the school code with regard to textbook block grant program, provides that the textbooks authorized to be purchased must include the roles and contributions of all people protected under the Illinois Human Rights Act and must be non-discriminatory as to any of the characteristics under the Act. Provides that textbooks purchased with grant funds must be non-discriminatory. Provides that in public schools only, teaching of history of the United States shall include a study of the roles and contribution of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people in the history of this country and the state. And it's effective July 1st of 2020. So, as a parent of 3 boys in the school district, I feel like that many parents may not be aware of this thing happening. And of course, it's already signed, it's going to happen. And it seems important to me that the parents at least be informed. And not only on that this is happening, but what is the school board's plans on responding to the implementation of it. And I feel like you guys are very busy, and so I feel like there's some ways that some collaborations with others that could be made that could lend itself to fairly efficiently not burdening all of you with significant additional effort. But I just like to hear from the board, and perhaps this has been discussed in other meetings, but I'd like to hear from the board in terms of how you plan on responding to that. Perhaps there's opportunity for collaborating with other school boards in downstate Illinois in terms of responding to it. That's all I had.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay. Board members, you've had a chance to look at the builder reports. We'll go ahead and we'll do communication for board members right now. We'll start at the end with Merle.
None tonight.
I'll just say happy holidays to everyone as we go off on school break for what's going to be probably a well-deserved break for teachers and staff and kids. Mine are chomping at the bit to get there. I just wanted to wish everyone happy holidays and safe travels, and look forward to seeing you in the new year. Thanks for all your work this year. I think we have a really great 2020 ahead of us.
Okay.
No report for me.
Merry Christmas.
Ditto, Merry Christmas. I'm done.
You're done. I had the chance to come to the gingerbread open house last week. I don't have kids at this school, but who wouldn't want to come to a gingerbread open house? And it was really fun, and the kids are excited, so that was really fun to see all of the applications that they use with gingerbread beyond just eating them, you know, and having them. Just a lot going on in our schools. Thank you to the teachers and staff, and I have 2 high schoolers myself, and I know that there's a lot of studying going on, and I'm appreciative of our correspondence with Mr. Benedict to let us know that the library will have extended hours and times, and I hope everyone has a safe and holiday break.
Great. Just to kind of echo some of the things that have already been said, it was good to hear James's thoughts that the first part of the year is going to be well at the building level. That's what I'm hearing also, and I sure appreciate all of our teachers and all of our staff and all of our administrators that have made that happen. And we've got a great staff, we've got great kids, and I'm glad we've successfully kind of made it through the first part of the year. I think everyone's probably ready to take a break, and I hope everyone has a great Christmas time, a great holiday break, and I look forward to having everybody back in action in January. So that'll be just. Next up is financial update from Trent. Trent is not here. Filling in for Trent is Dr. Hall.
His report is contained in the packet.
And we've had a chance to look at that. Any questions on the financial report?
Does his thing.
And our thoughts are with Trent and his family tonight. They're in the Quad Cities, and we certainly miss him being here, and hope that things are going well for his family during this time. Kind of a rough time for the in-laws. So, anything on the questions on the report? Anything you would like to highlight? Well, then let's go to the superintendent report. Dr. Hall.
This isn't on my report, but I just wanted to publicly now acknowledge an iconic employee in our organization whose last day is this Friday, and she's not here with us this evening, and we'll do more to honor her. But Linda Duran is retiring on Friday.
Wow.
She's been in the transportation department for well over 30 years, and knows every single person in this town and their needs and other towns and where they live and their grandchildren, and is just going to be sorely missed. And thankfully, she's able to come back and fill in and not only train her replacement, but I'm sure will be doing quite a bit of substitute bus driving for us as well. But we hope Linda has some time off to enjoy her family and enjoy retirement. I know the transportation department has a number of celebrations ready for her, and then we'll honor her also at the end of the year with our retirees. But just happy retirement to Linda. She has given just hours and years and years, and has just been a positive, smiling face for our kiddos when they get on the bus in the morning. And
She decorates the bus, she puts their names on the bus.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool.
Yep, so congratulations to Linda. Our FOIA requests for this month, there's 3 of them. The last one's quite lengthy. I'm not going to read it. It's contained in the board packet. It would take me half an hour to go through that one. First one is from Paul Cicchini. It's from WCIA. All documented electronic and written communication relating to 2019 Mahomet Seymour Schools holiday party and parties. This request includes, but is not limited to, emails, letters, memos, proposals, invoices, bills, receipts, and text messages. That was released on November 25th. Another FOIA request from Mr. Keefe. It's the one that Mr. Heimel was referencing. Current list of all Mahomet Seymour CUSD 3 employees, including their title, salary amount, benefits, sum of stipends, and any other compensation, and for the current fiscal year and for the immediate past fiscal year. That was released today. And then again, another FOIA request from Paul Cicchini from WCIA. It is referencing logs that are related to strength and restraint and isolated timeout. And again, there's a very, very lengthy list. I won't read that. So we are working on that, and we'll release it by the end of the week. And that's my report.
Any questions for Dr. Hall from the board?
Can you tell us how the new extracurriculars for homeschool students is going?
Haven't, to my knowledge, haven't had any inquiries about it, but I know that on Thursday evening, Mr. Fisher and Mr. Hensley are having a parent meeting at the high school for interested parents, just informational, talk about the process and things that we have in place.
I know we were a little worried about a big influx of students. Have we had that? Do you know what kind of numbers we've had? Two
at our level.
I don't know from the high school.
I think
Yes,
we've had
Henry.
some inquiries, not 3 or 4.
Okay. And is everything smoothed out with the eligibility process? Are you guys okay with it right now, or is there more implementation to be done on that?
I think we'll have the informational meeting on Thursday night and unroll the procedures that we put in place and
Great.
work through it.
Thanks. Thank you.
Anything else for Dr. Hall this time? Thank you for your report. And we'll move on to regular business. First item under new business is proposed board policy 6:310, and that's Dr. Rummel and Mr. Benedict.
So, I know we were absent at the Illinois, I think at the IPA conference, Illinois Principal Association conference in October when this was presented before, so I understand that there was maybe some questions about this policy. You know, our process has been, I think our policy was a little outdated in terms of what practices or what challenges we were seeing at the high school in regards to this, and so there's some questions that came about. We worked, our counselors reached out to other counselors that they know in their high schools to develop some ideas and stuff that would be more relevant and current with what we're doing. The counselors and myself and Mr. Bailey, Mr. Hensley developed this policy, took it back to our division heads, and our division heads took it back to their respective divisions for our staff to review. Division heads came back and reported to us. We took it to the policy committee, and now we're here. So that's kind of our process I know the policy was in the packet, that's kind of the process we went through to get to where we're at tonight.
Any questions? Superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the revisions to Board Policy 6:310 as presented. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion and questions? All right, this time we'll poll the public to see if there's any questions in the room that anyone here would like to ask.
Is there a brief description of it? I'm very, not at all.
Sure, yeah. Sorry, yeah. So basically, there are 2 parts to the policy that we wrote. First is credit recovery. So that says that if a student falls behind in credits, they can go make up multiple credits over the summer, okay, outside, and they can go to an alternative location, whether it be online or a different accredited institution. They can go there and make up, where our old policy was limited at how many credits they could make up at one time. The second piece of this is courses exceeding district curriculum. So if somebody goes beyond the curriculum that we offer or exceeds it, then they can say go to an outside source, whether it be Parkland, U of I, an online learning institution, and bring that back in and still get credit for that if it goes beyond what we offer in our 4 walls. With approval, yes, excuse me. All of this is all based on approval by the superintendent, designee of the superintendent. And then the last piece of this that's a change from the old policy is supplemental courses or courses not offered at MSHS. Example might be currently have a student taking aviation at Parkland. We would go ahead and be able to give them credit for that. Classes like that, photography, psychology, different classes like that. So, yeah.
Any other questions or comments on it? roll call vote please.
Keefe,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
Hennessy,
Yes.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Giles,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes. Next item is proposed board policy 2:52, and that's presented by Colleen.
So, as you all know, being a board member is a lot of work and sometimes not very appreciated. And when I was running for the board, I talked with Ben Harriet, and he had mentioned while we were chatting that his dad had been a board member for 12 years. And he said in the conversation that one of the most meaningful things for him, and he was so glad to be a board member for 12 years, to see all 4 of his boys graduate and present them with their diplomas. And he just talked about how meaningful that was to his dad and how meaningful it was to the kids. And I know that not only do board members sacrifice to be on the board, but their kids sacrifice too. And I read this past year an article in the Muhammad Daily about a board member's child that's a senior, or ex-board member's child that's a senior, and I just thought would really be a nice thing to give those board members the honor of being able to present a diploma to their child on the stage. You know, just because they sort of missed by a year or even 10 years, it doesn't matter. Those children have sacrificed for their parent to be on the board. And so I propose that it will be the policy of the district to allow those retired board members to participate and present a diploma to their children.
So that's the policy and the synopsis of it. The superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve revised board policy 252 as presented. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Can I just say, as a point of clarification, that this wasn't on our November agenda? And so it actually hasn't had a first reading,
Okay.
except
We
unless
had
we
a
want to call
committee?
the policy committee meeting. So it was at the policy committee, but it didn't get onto the November agenda, and so
So this
I
needs
just
to be
feel as
first
though I
reading.
need to point out that
It has to
it's
go to
not
later.
actually,
Okay.
We've got time.
I mean, we do
Yeah,
have time, but I'm
but
just saying, like,
I
I'm
do
hoping
remember
this
that.
is a very, you know,
We'd also,
consensus thing, but I just want to point out that
we'd also discussed, I believe, in the policy committee, maybe doing some one reading procedures,
that's- yeah.
especially in light of what's coming with the next subscription press.
There's a
Sure,
big
and I would
policy
probably
subscription.
be super happy to be on board with
If you'd
that
rather
kind of
table
thing.
this to next month, that's fine too.
I would prefer that we discuss doing that before we just do it.
Right.
Yeah, let's
It's-
just move it to January as we're doing, because I didn't remember that because I felt like we talked about it.
Okay, so we want to move it to January for official approval?
Yeah.
Or vote,
For vote?
or vote.
I suppose we potentially, I don't know. Again, I think I've heard that other districts have done similar things, and I think it's a nice thing for us to do, and, so let's bring that back next month, and we'll consider that,
Next year, we can say next year.
bring back, at our next business meeting, which is next month and next year, yes. That way we'll follow what our procedure has been. Okay, item 3, 2019 tax levy. That would typically be Trent, but since he's with his in-laws in Quad Cities, Dr. Hall.
All right, so I'm recommending the approval and the adoption of the resolution concerning the tax levy for 2019 for then taxes that are collected in 2020. This was presented preliminarily at our November 18th board meeting. The Finance Committee discussed it last week on December 11th, and coming out of that, recommended the existing levy that had been presented in November. And then we held a hearing today at 6:30. Did not receive any public comment, but that brings us to the vote here to adopt the levy.
Just a small correction, we didn't actually recommend one way or the other at the finance committee.
Okay.
Okay. Superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve and adopt the resolution concerning and affecting the tax levy for 2019 as it's presented. Is there a motion to do that?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion on the tax levy.
I'd like to make a motion to modify the original motion. Board members, you've got the motion written out. It's a little long, so I thought I'd write it out for everyone to read. So I make a motion to change the following amounts contained in the 2019 tax levy resolution and associated certificate of tax levy for the purpose of lowering the levied amount for tort immunity purposes, municipal retirement purposes, and social security purposes. The specific changes are: 1, change the sum for the municipal retirement from $670,000 to $650,000. Change the sum for social security purposes from $670,000 to $650,000. Change the sum for tort immunity purposes from $930,000 to $900,000. That's the motion.
Steve is making the motion to amend the levy as he just stated. Is there a second to that?
Well, I'm gonna second it because I'd like to hear the discussion behind it. We can't do that unless we have a second, so I'll second it.
Okay. So motion and second on the amendment. So let's discuss the amendment.
Sure.
Ken, do you want to talk about anything more about that?
Sure. So I just dug a little deeper into the levy on these three fund amounts. I looked at our past expenditures. I've got that data for you on the sheet. There's also more data in the back of the sheet. When you look at the IMRF and Social Security funds, the original levy is asking for an 8.9% increase. I am in favor of an increase, but I'm asking for a smaller one, a 5.6 increase in each of those funds. And I'm suggesting this because if you look at the actual expenditures from 2012 on, our average increase in expenditures has only been 1.85%. I feel like increasing the levied amount by 8.9% is kind of overkill. We don't need to increase the taxes that much. If you look at how the expenditures have grown, it's pretty linear. The largest expenditures was last year, was just a little over $1 million. And this levied amount would be 1.3 million. Gives us plenty of padding. And I believe we have also a significant balance on those funds, a couple $100,000 on each of those. So that's my reasoning for lowering the tax rate on those two funds. And then the last one, the tort, the original levy was asking for a 13% increase. That was the $930,000 from last year's levy of $819,000. Again, I want to increase those because these three funds are not automatically kept up via the EAV. These are absolute amounts that we have to set. I just want to reduce that amount to a 9.7 increase. Again, I think that is plenty of padding for if you look at our expenditures. These expenditures are kind of all over the map. There is an average increase that is quite large. If you look at the top, it says the average increase is 18.35%. And maybe that is what the original intent was of having such a large increase. But again, if you break it down into the expenditures, the largest expenditures we've had was back in 2017 was $880,000. This would still have us being 20,000 over that. We also have a current fund balance of $582,000, so we've got a lot of room there. Just overall, I want to say that the aggregate tax rate with the current version of the levy has us increasing taxes just very slightly on our taxpayers. I'd like to see us go the other way and slightly decrease. With these changes, there would be about 1/3% decrease in taxes on our taxpayers. So that's the explanation. And then I also want to just mention one other thing, because I think this was asked in the hearing earlier. The big cause of the increase in the tort is one of the accounts that's part of the tort fund, or that draws funds from the tort fund, is the legal services account, and it's really jumped up. In 2015, it was $19,000 in expenditures. Last year, it was $360,000. I think that as a board, we should do some more work on how we can reduce those legal services, because the growth, there's a big jump in 2018, which I think correlates to the SRO hiring, which is understandable. But then there's another big jump in 2019, and actually it more than doubles in 2019. So I just wanted to say that we as a board should look into what we can do to lower our legal services expenses. That's a lot of data, I know. Is there any questions?
So you're asking us to make a change and vote on the change that you gave out before the board meeting tonight? It didn't come out as a change in the board packet to the public or anything?
That's correct.
Okay, so I am opposed to doing that for two reasons. I like to have the information in front of me. I have something tonight that I presented at the December 3rd meeting. I wrote a policy for it. I mean, if we have plenty of time to get information in advance, that's kind of our expectation, that's where we're moving. We have a school business officer who has done this for a living, and I don't want to dictate to him. If I have questions, there's ample opportunity to do that, and I do not think it is appropriate to make an addendum, pass it out before the meeting starts tonight at 7 with changes. This is becoming a habit, and we need to set a great precedent of being diligent about doing things so that we can have informed decisions.
Did Trent have any input on it?
No, I don't think he's been around since before the finance committee. I did bring it up as just a feeler with the finance committee about, did we want to look at making some changes to try and reduce the rate instead of increase the overall rate? There wasn't an interest to do that at that time, so I tried to dig into some numbers, and the reality is this is just, I got it done when I got it done.
I understand that, but you just pointed out that that's something that you got done when you got done. I want, if we're doing things, we should represent a board, not a personal project. And I'm not comfortable with this coming out as a personal project right tonight before you're asking us to vote on it. So that's where I stand on the vote.
I mean, we have a limited timeline right now. This is unfortunately something I think we have to, can we postpone the approval of the levy tonight?
It needs to be done, my understanding is by the end of the calendar year.
I think legally it
Time
needs to be
is
filed.
of the essence,
by
and
the-
people don't work next week.
Sure. So, I mean, we first got it in November. Sorry, we first got it in November, and there really wasn't any input from the board before those numbers were put together. And I brought it to the finance committee, not as formally as this, because I wanted to develop this together as a finance committee. And that's okay that there wasn't, we didn't want to do that. And so then I wanted to do it as an individual to see if the board at large is willing to consider these changes.
I thought we were in agreement at that finance committee that what we had in the levy was fine, so that's my recollection of that evening. I'm a little concerned with looking at averages on employee benefits, that averages aren't gonna line up to what this year's expenses are with exact hiring. So I would agree with Lori, this ought to be run through Trenton staff, just to find out what the real numbers are, because I don't think we can take an average look at IMRF and Social Security at all.
You don't think
I don't think an average counts, just because we've had some recent hires, we had different funding this year.
have we had
Many of these years, most of these years in fact, we were really under constraints for hiring. So I don't think the average is indicative at all as to what this year's impact is. So I'd sure not want to take the chance of underfunding employee benefits.
Have we had significantly more hiring this year than last year or
We
any?
added more staff.
No, have we had significantly more hiring this year?
Since when?
Since 2018, 2017?
Yes, we added staff this year.
Okay, I don't,
Additional above and beyond what,
And as state funding has become available in the last couple of years, we've had
Right,
positions.
most of these years we didn't have staff.
we didn't have staff most of these years?
I don't think any of us are opposed to lowering a tax burden. I just think that we gotta have time to tease through the numbers and make sure that it's all gonna line up, so we don't end up, with a shortfall in one fund or another. And I just don't think there's enough time to go through it.
I would echo that, I'd echo what Lori said. In the overall scheme of things, this is not a lot of money, and we're overriding a professional who's done this for several years. I know he'd love to be here tonight, but because of the situation with his mother-in-law, he's not able to be here tonight. And I think that adjusting at the last minute is not a good precedent. Yeah, am I all for lowering taxes a little bit if we can? Sure. But really, the difference here is not a lot of money, and Trent's the guy we pay to make the call on that. And I trust his judgment on it, and I don't want to overrule his judgment with him not here. So I'll be voting against that.
Seems to me that maybe next year, as we head into the discussion of the levy, this needs to be part of a board meeting prior to the levy being put together, so that we can get this input in on the front end.
I would agree with that completely.
It wasn't part of the process this year, so I think as we look to next year, it would be important to have a more, seems like robust discussion as a board before we task Trent with putting the numbers together. And that way we have the opportunity to have a discussion about raising, lowering taxes and what that actually means prior to him putting numbers together. And that might give us a more informed way to look at this, and we won't be so up against the gun.
Is that, and does the rest of the board agree with that? For next year, we're going to develop the levy earlier so that we can be more involved in the decision?
have
that's
the
also
discussion.
dependent on us getting information in a timely manner from the sources that we need to get it, such as the EAV. There wasn't, I just want to acknowledge that there was an attempt to have a finance committee meeting prior to November 18th, but schedules could not be worked out to do that. So that normally would have happened prior to the preliminary levy being presented in November. November 18th was a vote on the preliminary levy, but I don't believe that after that you cannot change it. So there was time to either reach out to Trent or have conversations. But certainly we're open to getting input and looking at this more closely next year.
I don't know that next year we can develop the levy earlier. Maybe we can, maybe we can't, but we can certainly have a discussion regarding the parameters and what our expectations might be earlier.
When do we typically get that information from the county? Or is it from the state?
It's from the county. The key piece of information for us is the EAV, and we did get that a little bit late this year is my understanding, but I don't want to say an exact date because I'm not sure.
Which the EAV isn't relevant to these three funds.
But it's relevant to developing the whole levy.
No, I understand that, but the only levers we can change are these three.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second on the amendment. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Okay, let's take a roll call vote on the amendment. This is not on the levy, this is on Ken's amendment.
Hennessy? Abstain, please. Schultz?
Present.
Keith?
Yes.
Giles?
No.
Hendricks?
No.
Larson?
No.
McComb?
No. All right, we're back to the levy as a whole as presented. And the motion was to approve it as presented. Is there further discussion on that piece? Go ahead and start the timer. Is there anything from the public? I know the public was able to be here for the hearing also and didn't have any. There's only one question. Are there any questions from the public on the levy? Hearing none. Anything else from the board? Roll call vote, please.
Larson,
Yes.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Giles,
Yes.
Hennessy,
Yes.
Keefe,
No.
Schultz,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes. Okay, and the levy is passed. Item 4, request for proposal, Dr. Hall.
Thank you. At the special meeting that we had on December 3rd, we had a discussion about next steps or moving ahead with the community engagement initiative, and as a result of that, scheduled another meeting in January so the board could talk about goals and objectives, and also the outcome of the December 3rd meeting was to develop a request for proposals for a facilitator or a guide or a consultant to lead us through community engagement initiative. So I've provided a draft of that. It is simply that, it's a draft, it's an outline, it's a framework, and I'm open to any suggestions, any wording, any changes. I don't know if it captures, I tried to capture what we talked about that evening and put it into a format where we could get some firms who might want to help us out.
I'll say I read through it and it seemed appropriate to me.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Go
The only thing that sorry, let me start here. Last time we talked about this, I still am for us trying to do this ourselves before we hire someone, but given that statement, in here, the specific project deliverables, it says a summary of the feedback obtained through the community engagement initiative. I would also like to add a complete file of all the raw data collected. So I think it would be important that whoever does this with us both provides us with the summary, but also provides us with everything they've collected, so that we can reference that in the future or understand more about that.
Good point.
Colleen shares my brain because that's what I was gonna say. But mine was actually a little bit more specific, is that I would like to actually, as part of the RFP proposal, call out that we would like a documented word for word submissions. It's unclear to me how we're going to take data. Like, there was discussion, it looked to me like this is just for a single town hall setting, and if that's the case, then I'd like to know how they're going to record feedback. If this is going to encompass more data collection, i.e. surveys, or
What's the mechanism?
what's the mechanism for the feedback, and then how is that delivered to us? And I want to make sure that that is something that we will own and be able to obtain in its entirety at the end of the process.
Thank you, I wrote that down. On the second bullet point, under contents of proposal, what I was envisioning there would be the RFP would contain what the firm's view is of the best practice in carrying out a community engagement initiative. So I don't know that, I did not have in mind like one meeting or a singular meeting.
Okay.
So, but that would be something that we could also put into this RFP, which is to say that it should be more than one meeting.
Well, yeah, what's the mechanism or mechanisms that they will use to obtain that data?
And then I think part of that is I'd like to understand their approach for determining what the data points actually are. Because,
Right, and what's the validity of it afterwards? Is it gonna be valid information?
and what are we even asking people about? What are the topics? And how are they going to help us drill down to those topics?
I think we should retain the ability to co-develop the questionnaire. And when it comes to raw data, we should make sure that they have the ability to give us anonymized data. We don't know how particular that'll be, so we'll wanna make sure they have that ability. And I think it would be perfectly appropriate to put in that second bullet that our expectations are that there would be more than one community meeting.
Well, I would like to even expand that. I would like to understand what the idea of community outreach actually means. Because to me, a meeting is not community engagement, nor is it community outreach. So in its entirety, what is the plan?
And I was trying to, especially toward the beginning in the overview, and I'm open to improvements and suggestions here, but I was trying to convey that we don't want this to be kind of this standalone event or
Right.
events.
One and
that
done.
we
No
want
way.
to embed this type of activity and communication moving ahead. That this isn't just going to be one and done. And
Our goal is for it to be practice.
Well, I'd also like to know if they have an approach for handing this off to the district for us to be able to continue this on an ongoing basis on our own. I don't want to be tied to an organization where they have to come and facilitate these, so I'd like to understand if they have a plan and a training piece of this that would eventually offload how we conduct this to something that we can do ourselves in the district and not rely on a consultant to do this long term.
I presume that would depend upon the mechanism itself. There may be mechanisms that we don't want to.
Oh, sure, I mean,
Control.
but I assume that there are going to be various aspects that we would be able to bring in-house.
There should be. I think it's also fair to represent that the RFP is not gonna represent the final contract. The RFP gets somebody in the door, and then we can continue to work that out with that additional information we get from whoever we choose to engage with to get this done.
Oh, sure, I just wanna make sure that as we're sending this out, we're sending out a comprehensive, I'd hate to pick someone and have someone come back and say, well, we offered those services, it wasn't what you asked us to deliver in your RFP. So I just think we need to think of the breadth and the depth and the scope of what we're trying to do here so that we make it fair for all of the interested parties.
Okay, thank you, board, for input on that. Is there anything from public on that?
Community engagement.
Questions, comments? Okay. Next agenda item is agenda 5, facility projects. And that was supposed to be Trent. So that will be Dr. Hall.
Okay, thank you. Also have Damian Schlitt here
Oh,
from
yes, Damian's
BLDT.
here.
So,
Hi, Damian.
So I provided a hard copy of the list of projects that we discussed in October. And when we had that discussion, there was there was a question about the junior high entrance. And then there had also been some discussion at our October 2nd Facilities Committee meeting about adding some privacy, like dressing rooms or stalls to the locker rooms at the high school. So Damian is here to provide some information on that and answer any additional questions about the projects that we're looking at. Wanted just to put this on the agenda tonight one last time prior to going out to bid on January 13th. So in October, the board gave the green light to go ahead and bid on most of the projects on this document, not all of them. And then that bid opening will take place February 11th.
11.
Okay, so then at the February 18th board meeting would be giving the go-ahead to proceed with whatever the board decides to proceed with. So there's nothing to vote on tonight. This is just purely for the purposes of more discussion, more question and answer. on all of these listed projects. There's a healthy price tag on them, so we want to make sure that questions are answered. And again, Damien's here tonight to talk specifically about junior high entrance and facility privacy areas. So what do you want to tackle first?
Let's start with the junior high secured entry. That was a question that came up at the last meeting. We talked about Lincoln Trail, a secured entry sequence happening there. A pretty simple solution that we're able to put into place there. We then discussed some potential additional projects at the high school that would allow for that to happen, with a new check-in and attendance office and some of that. And then the question came for the junior high. So studied that a little further. Kind of came to about 3 solutions that are possible in the world. One's actually more realistic. It could maybe actually take place. So
Where's the junior high secured entry on here?
I don't see it on
it's not on that list because it was created afterward.
I think I saw it in an email, but I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jared's gonna make some electronic magic happen right now.
We have a
See, it's not Trent, it's just Trent's mark on the thing that the computer doesn't work. There we go. So just a little background. Went over and looked at this at the school with Mr. Mills and tried to talk through kind of the different solutions and what seemed to make a lot of sense. This here was what we kind of considered option 1, which would require kind of a check-in office, if you will, in that front space. Right now it's used as classroom space. So what it would just really entail adding a doorway from the vestibule there. There'd be some door hardware modifications to those red doors, the interior ones. And then what this would do during daily activities, in the morning it'd be open, students could freely move in to start the day. Then at first bell, those red doors would lock, and then somebody would be able to get in out of the weather, but would not be able to proceed further in the building. They would then check in through the office. So very similar to what we're looking at Lincoln Trail. We did look at a couple other options as far as a full vestibule there, so that all the check-in would still happen through the main office, but it could be contained. First of all, there's some pretty significant cost to that. Secondly, the only other spot that we could send students as they're going to the kind of southeast side of the building would be through a back hallway that's pretty narrow. It would end up causing a lot of issues beyond a secured entry. The last option, and this was just something in conversations that we talked about of, ideally if we were able to move, if we can't move the entry further into the building to get it to the office, what if we moved all the office to the outside? That would mean kind of creating interior classrooms at the office area, laying out the entire kind of classroom, 3 classrooms along that wing. That one's really cost prohibitive. You're talking about $500,000 of rework between HVAC, fire alarm panels. There's a lot of work. So went away from that. Ultimately kind of came back in conversations again with Mr. Mills as far as functionality, and this seemed to be the most viable solution that we could put into place. Looking at this is likely about a $10,000 project. I know it looks like not a lot, but there's at least 4 doors worth of secured hardware there. It has to be wired into the access controls. We're adding in an additional doorway into the office. And this one, as opposed to the Lincoln Trail option, which is about a $5,000 change, we are providing kind of a full check-in desk and essentially extending the office area here. So that's the difference between the Lincoln Trail solution and the one here. But yeah, I'm open to any comments, questions, feedback.
So we would have somebody at that, for lack of a better term, remote office all day long.
Correct.
It would be one of the 3 people that work in the office now.
It would essentially be like an attendance office, so when parents come in to check kids out, they would go in there, sit and wait, and the attendance secretary would be stationed there.
How often does that happen? During the day?
Often. Pretty often.
Constant.
Yeah.
So not keeping an employee in there is not a realistic run back and forth kind of an option.
Just make it
And that's, it's concerning too, what that looks like to be able to man. So if she has whatever, because right now they just
the way it's set up, if one goes to lunch, the other one takes care of stuff, right? Well, can we still man from the main office as far as like electronics and, the system that allows people to come in the door? So, all things that we'd have to question.
I know rooms are a premium, so we're repurposing a room. What happens with what's in that room right now? And how much of an issue is that?
It's an issue, and we'll figure it out, but it'll be difficult. It'll take a room that size, it's a special education room, and combining two special education rooms into one. Again, we'd be able to figure it out and make do. Is it ideal? Absolutely not.
So Damien, your kind of ballpark estimate on this is about $10,000.
Yeah, rough estimate. Between the door, the casework, and then the hardware that we'd need to add to those doors, the red ones. Yeah.
Nathan, do you have an idea you like better?
The cost prohibitive one of, moving the offices.
Right,
Yeah.
But it's unrealistic.
A Porsche or a Cadillac?
I mean, I'm saying, I don't know, is there a way that you would
No exploding
do
gas
this
tanks.
small
Those are
plan
bad.
differently?
Yeah, and as we talked through them, this one was complicated, as Mr. Mills and I discussed it as far as that classroom space. That was actually where the idea of shifting the two offices came from, was our conversations. Just to understand the cost impact of that. I guess I'd say his least favorite was sending 700 kids through a small hallway in the back. And then that left us with an attainable option, which was this one, if we were going to go forward. So.
What about some kind of, for lack of a better term, we leave that room in place and we put some kind of kiosk or something out there?
That's a district security management question. I mean, in reality, you could do that with the check-in window and the kiosk with the ID, but then you've got people, if they have an issue with the ID, waiting or frustrated or.
They're either trapped between the glass or they're already inside arguing with a person at the kiosk.
Yeah, with a secured entry sequence, that's the really important piece, is having a person. Even that inside glass door, even just having somebody be able to look straight through it and see the person, that's kind of the key item. Because right now we have a camera out there, so the office can, see someone, but yeah.
So a kiosk isn't very secure.
It's gonna really interfere with the traffic flow. That hallway's really crowded.
Yeah.
From hallways during passing time.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is having a kiosk is one thing, but then you have to hope that everybody stops at it. And to make them stop at it, we have to put doors, and we can't do that with student flow.
Seems like there's enough uncertainty here to not just throw this on the pile for the work that we've got to get into place now. For 10 grand, we could throw it into a summer project if we need to. I think it needs more assessment before we throw this on the pile.
It does not need to be put into the bid package. So.
Yeah, this one, I wouldn't recommend adding this as a package or a piece of the high school work. It just complicates things. But with the small scale of the cost, the need for maybe some deeper study, this is something that could easily be put out for quotes at any time, really, and get performed pretty easily. The work's pretty non-intrusive, so really that work could happen over a break, probably a lot of it, and get slowly kind of integrated and then be kind of turned over. So yeah, no rush to kind of.
And we could fund that out of the tour.
Yes. No other question on that. The other item that came out from the last conversations were conversations of privacy stalls and changing areas. Studied that a little bit. One thing to note is that while locker rooms feel spacious and open, they're actually pretty tight and used. So I'll show you. I looked at a few different locations. We essentially have boys and girls PE lockers, boys and girls team lockers. We also have the locker rooms at the field house, which I can tell you there's no room to put a changing area into them. We need to consider a 5x5 stall, because we need to make it ADA accessible if we do provide one. And those two locker rooms without removing kind of a significant number of those lockers. There's just not a space kind of for those in those 2 locker rooms. Or unless you forego another program, like if you took away the showers or if you took away an office, something like that. Similar things happen at the locker rooms. I'm going to look here just for reference. At the locker room spaces, sorry.
We're working on getting the visual.
Me too. All right, so then looking at, and we'll have the visual here in a second, but between the locker rooms, the 2, I guess they'd be considered the team locker rooms, have the most opportunity. It's really just because the way that team locker rooms are designed, it's more for, there's areas to congregate, so that means there's open floor space. The boys locker room is the best. The boys team has 2 corners. You can nestle a changing area. We'd look at using like a toilet partition style wall, keep the cost down, it'd be like $1,000 for each location. That give the privacy, that give an accessible area. So there's 2 locations that could work in that room that would be kind of out of the way. Looking at the girls' team locker room, there's 1 location. I don't know if you remember when we were in there, right next to the drinking fountain. There's kind of just open floor area there. One thing to consider though, that's also the team meeting area. So that's where the marker board is that coaches coach to. So that'd just be one consideration there. Girls' PE lockers, I couldn't find any areas for a changing area within that square footage, within that space. We'd have to remove lockers, or again, look at not having shower access in those stalls. And then looking lastly at the boys' PE locker, there, same thing, there's nowhere to put it within the space. We'd have to start looking at the shared training area that's between the 2. And I know that those from the high school would not like giving up that space, but that would be really the only space that's got access off of that room to get into it. One thing to consider is that since we can or could potentially provide one in each of the team lockers, and there is access between team and PE locker rooms, that there would be access for both male and female. But that, just as their current setup. If we were doing a major renovation of the building and we were kind of gut remodeling and reconfiguring it, I'm sure we could find space and we could make space. It's just with the current configuration and trying to find a way to easily kind of amend it to the projects that we're doing, there's not really an easy way to provide those spaces. So yeah, that's kind of from that. So I don't know if there's questions, we'll have the graphic here too. I don't know, did everybody get to see that sketch before?
I emailed it to the
Okay.
board at the time as well.
I was hoping so, because you were nodding as if you had seen it before. So yeah, any questions, comments, feedback?
Could there be spaces made with curtains instead of solid wall partitions?
Yeah, you can.
Because then it could be pulled across and pulled back, right?
You can put that anywhere. It's just a matter of if you feel that's giving the level of comfort and security of a solid wall. Because that's a different, I know it's not a brick block wall, it's not a dedicated room, but partitions can go, within a few inches of the floor, they can go as high as feel comfortable. But yeah, that we're much more flexible in because it can be pulled out of the way, just look at access to lockers, things like that. That's the issue that we run into with the girls' PE locker room. There looks to be a space that could work right next to the drinking fountains. The problem is that then you can't access the lockers along there and get past there. So yeah, that's another
I guess
consideration.
When I asked originally, I had a vision of some kind of curtain, a way of doing that. I think the important thing here is to allow students who don't want to change in front of other people or take their clothes off in front of other people the option to not do that. Right? It seems like that's not a real terrible thing to be asking that we provide, especially when we're spending $1 million, right?
And I don't disagree at all. There's just limitations in the space and configuration that to meet code if you do something. Yes, you can see there at the bottom left is the boys' team locker room. You can see there's 2 locations. Girls' team at the top right, that area kind of sticking out there. And then the training area is the kind of double X's right in the middle, where that could give access from either side to there. So The use of a curtain, that's something that really, I think the building staff could even put into place. I wouldn't have concerns of ADA accessibility with that because the 5x5 space is about being able to turn in a chair. A curtain's not gonna stop that from happening, so that could be put into a corner. That's something that could be implemented kind of in the space, just say this feels like the right spot for it. That could be easily done.
So these all have the 5x5 space, the red squared space?
Yeah, so the 3 that are within the room, those are actual 5x5. The 2 in the training room are bigger. I just split the room in half there.
Okay.
But yeah, the other 3, the 2 in the 2 in the boys team and the 1 in the girls team, those are a 5x5 area with a 3-foot door.
I just know that right now we have students who have requested private places to change and they've been denied. So I just don't think we can talk to kids about consent and what it means to have agency over their own bodies and then tell them, even though you've asked to not strip your clothes down in front of other people, we're gonna make you. I'm not comfortable with that.
They can't go in the bathroom stall?
No.
And since
So
it's,
that's, I just wanna,
yeah.
you don't know where it's coming from. It's not, I'm not trying to be difficult.
Oh no, I completely understand where
I
you're coming from. We're
trying to solve the problem.
adding additional plumbing fixtures through facilities now. None of it's by code, and that's the really difficult thing for us because each district's different in what they decide they want to provide or need to provide. By code, there's still a limitation to what it's pushing, and we'll get there. It's just going very slowly. So.
You see anything else done anywhere, Damon?
What's that?
Have you seen anything else done anywhere?
Well, in more thoroughly renovated facilities, showering stalls are completely isolated, and then they have, essentially a 3x3. If you think about if you go to Sholem or something like that, where there's a changing area within it, and then the shower, it's dual purpose.
Is that something we can do in these spaces? I know we didn't talk about doing that, but is that something that could be done?
Yeah, so I actually did study that. That goes from about a $4,000 change to about a $40,000 change, but that's something we could do. Looked at, because each of those have essentially the gang shower post. We would need to take the plumbing from that over to the wall. I think the floor drainage would still work, and they would essentially create individual stalls. The issue with those is that we wouldn't be able to create the shower stall with changing. It would just be the shower stall just because of the size of the room. But that is something that
It could be a multi-use.
it could be used as a changing space
Right.
or a shower space, and then it would just be, the understanding of where you hang your clothes.
If you don't want to get wet, don't turn the water on while you change.
Right. So it's just a matter of where you hang your clothes while you're showering, to still be able to change within that area. So.
Does that, if we were to do that, does that create a traffic flow issue where we can't get students showering out? You know what I mean?
It would limit us to, I think there were, fit 4 stalls in there. The same thing, I would need to have one that would be ADA accessible, to kind of be at the end. Think of it as the way the toilet stalls are laid out. Maybe not on this drawing anywhere, but in a typical bathroom where kind of at the end of it, there's the larger stall, and then each of the smaller stalls before it. I think I ended up with 4 at each. I think right now there's probably at least 8 showering spots, because there's 2 of the poles and there's at least 4 heads on each. So we'll cut those in half, and then it's just a matter of, at the building level, if that's enough for what it is. But yeah.
I personally think it's important that we figure out some mechanism for people to have privacy if they want it. Showering and changing. I mean, it is almost 2020, and I think we, to Colleen's point, for people who are uncomfortable to have no option for showering by themselves or being able to change in a modest area, I think is problematic. So I think this is something we need to, and if it's expensive, it's expensive, but I think these kids deserve.
Well, the shower option accomplishes both of those.
Yes.
Well, you said it takes it from 10,000 to 40,000, is that, or 4 to 40? Is that per bathroom?
No, I'd say it's probably about $10,000 in work per bathroom. We're already redoing the floors, we're already recoating the floors. It's really just a matter of getting the plumbing, you have to get into the floor likely, saw cut it, bring it over the wall, come up, and then new stalls within that. So
as we go for bid, is this something that we can have that be option A, bid it without doing that, option B, bid it?
Yep.
With creating these?
Yep, we can add it as one of our.
Alternate bids.
I don't know how people feel. I'd like to actually see that because I think it's important.
Chad, if we go from the ability to do 8 showers at a time to 4 showers at a time, what does that do? Anything? I don't know how many students actually shower.
Probably not an issue in physical education, but your extracurriculars, it'll impact.
But we're not ringing a bell to get into the next class during extracurriculars. So.
I will add that solution in the showers, not that one, what we just talked about, as an
That'd be great.
alternative.
Thank you.
Yep. I think that's all I have.
Anything else for?
So I see all these things on the bid,
Yes.
but I'm wondering when our discussions, which probably isn't a question for you, it's for the board, we'll discuss what the priority is of which things should be done.
Right.
I mean, there's lots of things that I don't see on here, like, the stair tucking at Lincoln Trail, or 5th grade bathrooms being redone at Lincoln Trail, or the art room tower being redone, the HVAC,
So the
all
the
of
stairs,
those things.
the stairs at Lincoln Trail, those funds have actually already been approved via Health Life Safety.
Okay.
We're working on getting a quote from a local contractor to perform tuck pointing repairs to those. So that would work. Really, the funds, it's just a matter of moving them from HLS funds and in O&M to use them. As far as prioritization of the others, that's in a way a board conversation. We'll have the bids on the 11th. They'll be opened. They'll be shared almost immediately as far as what they are. And then the intent is that on the 18th we come and approve whichever pieces of those we feel comfortable. So typically what'll happen is the board will be kind of prioritize them and then be comfortable with up to a threshold of dollars and say, hey, we want to fit as much as we can under X, Y, or Z.
What I would suggest for January 21st is a board discussion about prioritizing and setting some kind of the threshold of dollars. What do you want to spend? Do you want to issue some short-term debt to pay for these or not? And then that will then, if you've got kind of that framework within to work, then when the bids come in and they're discussed on February 18th, and you can pick and choose what fits into your budget or the dollar amount that you've set.
Right, I guess I'm asking how we are gonna get things into that on the 21st if we don't say now that we want those things to be things that are bid.
So things like the bathrooms at, was it Lincoln Trail, which you
Yes.
mentioned? I wouldn't recommend adding anything to these bid packages outside of the high school. Having contractors need to think about mobilizing and working in multiple buildings, I wouldn't recommend that. Also, the fact that with that type of work, likely being under a $50,000 threshold and the requirement for bidding, I wouldn't recommend as a taxpayer or as an architect that would be doing it, to actually formally bid those. We don't have to. Those are things that we could talk to local contractors. We need to get quotes, but we wouldn't need to go through a formal bidding process. I guess it's a ton more flexibility on schedule as well, because that's the type of work that a local person could just fill in the summer, as opposed to this work at the high school where we're trying to be the first piece of their work for the year that they're bidding on. So yeah, so if it's things at the high school that especially relate to field house work, locker room work, the bathrooms there, things like that, that's definitely work we'd like to get into this if we can. But things outside of the high school, yeah, we don't have as much pressure there. I think those are things we can handle on the side.
So if we thought of doing things at the junior high, we wanted that to be a separate bid?
Only if it's only over the $50,000 threshold. So like the secured entry at the junior high, I wouldn't recommend bidding that work. I mean, the time it's gonna take us to put it together and formally bid it, 10 days, all that, and then you don't really need to do that. It's gonna just add cost to a pretty simple project.
But what if it was like putting in air conditioning in the junior high?
Yes, you need to bid that. And it takes a lot more time to design, and even if you ask for it tonight, I can't have that bid in January.
Maybe we need to have a facilities committee meeting where we bring together all the different projects that are of interest to the administration, the board, and public. And then we can have a master list that we work from. Because it sounds like that's what you're saying, is there are these other projects hanging out there, but they never made like one of these
Right,
lists.
yes, I don't understand this process very well, so I'm trying to see how we can look at all the things that that we might want to do, right? I mean, at one point, Steve gave us a great list, and when we added it up, we said, oh, that's $6 million of stuff, right? Like, we can't do that. But if we have the whole list, then we can do what Lindsay said, which is prioritize down. But I guess what I'm feeling right now is that we just have part of the list. So I'm trying to see if we can have, sort of all the things that might be on the table and then prioritize them down. But I understand you can't do that in a month, but.
Well, we absolutely can do that, and we can do it in the context of a facilities committee meeting or bring it to the whole board. We have a prioritized list, and Steve talked about it back in July, we actually did that. So in terms of when I'm talking about setting a budget or setting a dollar amount that you want to spend, it's specific to the projects at the high school. Because that's what's going out to bid January 13th, and that's what the bid that will be open on February 11th. So that's a little bit of a separate than the bigger picture. So what can be put into the bid package, though, is the privacy areas in the locker rooms. Other projects are more standalone, again, and if we
And those
don't have to bid them, let's not do that.
And those projects aren't necessarily prohibited like we do in the high school.
Right.
Not necessarily.
Well, I think it depends on how much money you
Yeah.
want.
Right.
I mean, I guess I'm worried about us spending all this money by looking just at this little area. And then later saying like, oh, we really wish we would have done this. I totally understand this is a bid just for the high school, I guess. I'm trying to see a bigger thing and then say, how can we,
Well, there's different
balance
funding sources for
everything.
each saying, you might have help like.
Just like that HLS and O&M, do the tuck pointing, yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like we visited this a year ago, and the field house just wasn't doable at that time. So we've seen a lot, I don't know if we had locker rooms in that one at that time or not, but we've had this list for a while.
Right.
And then it kind of became a priority. I know in the finance committee, we talked a little bit about the finance options, that it costs more to delay a project and rebid later than just to pay for it all in terms of interest terms on bonding and so forth. So when we put the agenda item on for January, we ought to also talk about the financing that goes with it.
I would like to see if January could just be a discussion of the whole board about the master list of priorities. We can have this as a piece of that, but I think we don't understand what the opportunity costs are of setting a limit and spending all of that money in one area if we don't have the entire list of what we're choosing not to do because of this. So I think that master list discussion would be helpful as we move forward in all of the different ways that we choose to spend our money.
Seems reasonable to me.
Did we bid out AC last year for the field house and the gym? Did that get? No.
No.
I know I keep asking about that and it tends to be.
Only an not air conditioning, but
Yeah.
just an improvement in the air.
Just the circulation.
Just the circulation.
That hasn't worked for a while.
Right.
And we're getting a bid with this, but those funds would also come from HLS.
Right, and HLS wouldn't cover AC for the high school gym or the field house? No. I think they should.
Good try.
It's so high. If the heating unit completely shot craps, then there's some ways we can finagle that.
Duly noted.
But it hasn't shot craps.
Temporarily suspend the YouTube feed while we talk about this.
There's public input going on right now, I see it.
But yeah, we cannot, health life safety funds, just as a clarification, are for maintenance, repair, or replacement of existing systems. So you can't add functionality or add systems that aren't currently in place.
Do you have any idea what the cost might be? I know I'm not asking you for.
40,000 square foot building, $1.5 million probably.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you gotta think about how big that room is.
Right.
Could take up a couple of big rooftop units. And not to mention the
Would
fact
the
that.
rooftop hold it?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The metal building, so we probably
There's part of the issue.
behind
Yeah.
on the locker rooms.
Take out some lockers.
So
Maybe fine.
speaking of the high school, when we took that tour,
Mhm.
we heard, at least, you know, those of us who could stand the heat, and some of us went back out to the hall, that the furnace and stuff was all on its last legs, and I think one of them was broken and one of them was about to be broken or something. Is new furnaces in this bid?
No.
I mean, is that something we would have to bid if we wanted to talk about that as an option?
I'm gonna let Steve speak to that, because that was Amoresco work. I didn't have anything to do with that, so I'll let Steve speak to that.
I mean, I just remember you saying it was an important thing, I don't know.
Right, yeah, so there are the high school had 4 boilers. And one had a cracked heat exchanger a few years ago and was cannibalized. The third unit has gone down as well. So we're currently operating off of 2 boilers. We are in need of new boilers. We are I say more desperately of one, we can do one at a time. We just got the estimates back from a contractor for replacing boilers, one at a time, basically. Replacement is about $60,000 a piece. To fix the existing boiler, looking at 1 unit each, is about $38,000 to replace the heat exchanger, and that's where the failures are. So like I said, we just got the numbers to compare and look at some options there. But we are in a need. All 4 boilers as a whole, I don't remember the exact date they were installed, but they kind of short-lived, maybe a 10-year lifespan on these for some reason. So we're looking at not fixing the ones we have. We'd rather look deeper into going to a different manufacturer and a different type of equipment. So that's what we're looking at. So that is a necessity. It's not part of this package, which is primarily the field house and the gymnasium, or the field house work and locker room work and so forth. But it is something we have to address.
You could use health and safety funds for that.
You could use health life safety to replace your boiler.
Right. Because it's an existing system.
You just have to have the funds.
I'm sorry to
and
keep
balance.
asking the same
That's
question
okay.
over and over again. I'm not trying to be a pain.
And that's probably, well, we're strongly considering that as an option.
Right. And again, that information just came in, so.
So are you
When
planning
we
to come to the
look at
board?
all of this though, don't we have to look and see what's all the money we have and then which things we wanna do, and if it's gonna cost $60,000 per boiler, we'd have to bid that and then put that on the list of things and see which things we want, and maybe if what you're telling us is that the boiler needs to be moved up on the list. I mean, this is what I'm trying to get this idea of all of the things that we are in need of, so that we can have a complete list to prioritize.
Sure, and the needs, sometimes the needs change on a daily basis.
Right.
But buildings are living, breathing things, so things do happen. To part of your question, I'm gonna defer to an opportunity when Trent is here, because he knows the magic of how all the funds work together. And so I can assess the needs but he can assess how we're going to address them. But yeah, there are needs there, but there's also, this project at the field house that, David's been talking about, that was last year's project now has been pushed off to this year's project. So there's if we take a look at a list of needs through each building, each facility within the district, there's, we can spend a lot of time talking about it.
Is there a way you could provide us just on paper, here is the list of things that we would love to see happen at the junior high, at Lincoln Trail, at MPE, at the high school, and understanding we can't do everything on the list, but just the idea of
And when we got together last with the facilities committee, we addressed some of the immediate needs. At the time, the boiler was an issue at that point, or becoming an issue, then it actually became one. So that's where we're at with that. But that was to address some of the key things, things we need to update and address.
And I can tell you that 2 years ago, when we prioritized between, MPE is a new building, Lincoln Trail got new HVAC, looking at what the next priority was, the next priority moved to the high school. And at the building level, they identified a lot of different things. Like, oh, if we could do this, we could do that. The boilers weren't even a part of that conversation. So that was just in 2 years. They've gone from, they're 30 years old, but it's a boiler. You hope you get your 40 years. That's changed in the last 2 years. But at that time, amongst other potential requests, the need at the field house was what was identified as that priority. In looking at other building needs and work that's already been done at Lincoln Trail, it's being fully conditioned. So that exercise did happen. I think maybe refreshing that list helps. And then to clearly identify which items can use HLS funds. Then it's a matter of, Trent has to be here to let us understand fund balance, because that's how our roof projects happen, and how those roll together. It's almost its own standalone account because of the types of projects that it can be used for. But it can supplement bigger projects like it is with the field house work right now. So.
Right. I guess since things change so quickly, I feel like reevaluating would not be a bad choice to make sure that we're doing the things that we value the most at this point.
The only issue is that in the middle of a project, like this has taken time to get to this point, and it'll take time to, has to be out. It takes us time to develop it. It takes time to bid it. Within that window, there's always going to be changes. So there's always going to be something just right behind us that we got to plan for the next step. So
the bid window on the field house project is very important. You stand to make or break a lot of this project financially by hitting the bid window. The other thing I think we always need to remember about the field house is between academics, extracurriculars, and the community. The field house is used probably more hours per week than any building we own. So,
Can you talk about the 2 roofing projects?
Yeah. I'm going to move here in a second. So just a little refresh. We talked about in 2017, we did a full roof audit with the Garland Company. They came in, did infrared scanning, helped us create kind of a 5-year plan for roofs. That included some re-roofing that happened at Lincoln Trail 2 years ago now, some recoating that was able to happen to extend life without full replacement. And with that, we essentially set out a 5-year window to get us from having some shaky roofs in areas to maintain some roofs, and then get to a spot that by 2021, we'd kind of just be maintaining roofs. Just keeping an eye on them through the years, and then kind of re-upping that as we go from there. Essentially, these 2 are 2 options. Option 1 was what was currently shown as kind of the next step of roofs. I honestly can't remember exactly which roofs those are. You can see it's a bigger chunk. It's just under $600,000 of roofs. That was kind of the next step, and then the ones below those were kind of the last step to get all the roofs to a point where they're just, Steve keeps an eye on them, Garland comes in and touches up the things they need, but we're up to par. What we looked at, the 2 of them here was, we could actually maybe push that second option above, just because of fund balance. These all relate, and Trent has actually developed the health and safety allocation of funds with these numbers in mind as we've gone through the past 3 years, just to be able to fund roof replacement. It's very easy to get approved through health life safety, and it's a great way to pay for roofs, so that other dollars can be used for things like field houses or restaurant upgrades, things like that.
Are you saying that these two pieces will be, it's like about 750K total, are these gonna come out of health life safety funds?
They can, as long as the balance is there. That was the intent whenever it was planned. If you wanted to do them both this year, no, there's not enough fund balance, by my understanding. But that's the intention of those. Those are not a part of the current bid. We bid that separately in a slightly different method. Roofers don't bid on projects like what we're bidding for the high school. They kind of bid their own standalone things.
Dr. Hall, is the intention that those two projects would be part of the overall work on the high school?
The roofing?
The two roofing projects, would that be included in the amount that, the 1.6 million?
No.
No.
Separate.
That's separate,
Yeah.
but we don't have funds budgeted for that, or do we have funds budgeted?
I'm not sure the answer to that, I have to check. with
I
Trent.
think Trent has a plan to pay for that.
We've
Separate
allocated
from
over
the
the
1.6.
couple of following summers, a certain amount of sales tax to help pay for that,
Oh, okay.
the roofing.
Sales tax and health life
2020.
safety, and Trent's got the details on that.
We set it out as like a 5-year, and then he was plugging dollars in as the levy came for health life safety, or portions of the 1 cent to cover those who went through. I think this year the reason it shifted was because some more funds were going to go to more current health life safety needs as opposed to roofs. Like the unit that we're looking at doing there, and there's something else. But anyway, that's where some of those dollars end up shifting away from roofs, because they're not in dire need, and going to more urgent, newer needs.
Okay.
Are there any questions from the public on facilities? Well, we have Damien here. Anything else from the board? Okay, we've been here about an hour and 45 minutes. We'll go ahead and take about a 5-minute recess so we can relieve and refresh ourselves, and then we'll start back in about 5 minutes with item number 6. We are on recess. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hey, thank you all for being back. Let the record reflect it is 8:56 and we are back in continuing an open session. We are at agenda item number 6, which is policy committee guidelines, and that's Lori Larson.
So I passed this out at the December 3rd meeting to the members of the policy committee, just to put some framework that, together. Actually, me and Hussey, at the very end of a meeting, maybe last month or the month before, was talking about it, and so I felt like to be due diligence and work alongside her as my committee team member, that I would kind of draft something. Basically, I put this on the board packet so that the board could see it and have the end information in front of them, and then we can massage through it as a committee and make some guidelines. But there's just so many things that are here, there, and not consistent, and issues that have come up that we haven't had previously that we need to be have ready to address, and so that's why I have these outlined. I don't intend to read the document to everybody. They got it in the board packet. The thing they didn't have is on the 3rd when I passed it out, I put draft on mine too, and I don't remember if it says that in the packet now. But just so that we can start working, we have a committee meeting coming up in January. Megan and I are on that committee, and community input is welcome at that meeting. But we need to have some things in, and just because it's nice to be orderly. You have agendas for a reason, you have guidelines for a reason, and to have the protocol to follow, and it's something that Megan and I have talked about even in our committee, so that's where that document came from. I'm not gonna read it to everybody, it seems kind of silly, I put it in the packet. But if there were comments or things to be made around it, I can include them in here, and then, as we are in a committee, we need to have something going forward that helps set us up for success, and that was totally my intention.
So is your intent to flesh this out in the committee meeting? Do you intend to turn this into policy? I know what I put together was more of a work product that comes out of committee meetings, and some of this looks more like procedural guidelines and deadlines, so it seems more policy to me. So is your intent to turn this into a policy, or?
Yeah, it might become a policy procedure.
So is your intent to have this as discussion as a potential policy at the next committee meeting? Is that?
Yes, and then
Okay.
we can talk about it with the board as well. I mean, we have so many procedures that have come up that have been inconsistent, so let's get it locked in there.
All right. So this is a board committee, would it be something maybe more suited for,
And I brought it forward just so that everybody would know what I was talking about. That's on the board.
would it be maybe more appropriate for administrative procedures?
Probably be good to let, external sources within this will affect those type of people.
I'm confused, administrative, this has to do with board
Oh,
committees,
board
right?
work.
Not administrative.
Right. Yeah, it's board level.
Right.
We're dictating though.
So are you just giving this like as a courtesy, and then you're gonna talk about it in the committee?
I
and
am.
So we're not talking about this now, is what you're saying?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm just giving it as a courtesy, and I didn't give it out at the committee meeting because at the board meeting after the committee meeting, because the committee had just gotten it. I thought that was rude to give out a document at the committee meeting, at the board meeting. There should be some advantage to being on a committee and that you're part of a committee and you're knowing the process that's going on, so.
So I'm sorry, what is the purpose of this tonight?
So that you have it
For information.
for information.
So you're gonna hash it out at the policy committee?
I think so. I gave it as a document for people to give input on, either in discussion after the committee looks at it would be more appropriate for guidelines, because you're asking, is it a policy? Yes, it will turn into a policy, not just the committee, because it dictates some of the way the procedures will follow as we done, because we haven't been really following procedures that gets pointed out regularly. So I want to have a framework for success set up in advance.
Dr. Hall, why did you add this to the agenda for tonight then?
It was requested. I mean, I take board member requests.
I asked for it at the December 3rd meeting to be put on the agenda for tonight.
So at this point, this is going back to the policy committee.
It's just everybody talks about being transparent, and that's what I'm trying to do. That's an expectation that's been put out. I feel people have said they want to be that way, and I want to be that way.
And are you intending to build a procedure manual for the board? Or is this going to be in our board policy?
Not sure. I have to talk about it with the committee and see what the board thinks as a whole. You're just getting it for a first read tonight, just like we do normally. But we've been dictating procedures since we had a new, since May started. So if we're gonna start dictating procedure in the board, I want it to be clear so that the public and everybody knows, and it'll be a document that will be online and be part of our book, and they'll know exactly where to stand. Not just, oh, this is what we're gonna do now, or this is what we're gonna do now. It'll be right out there. Because we have been making procedures.
So, we're all clear, this is going next back to policy, and then.
It's just a courtesy document so people know.
Okay. Very good. Anything from the public on this? Okay. Anything else from the board? Okay, no action on that, just an FYI.
FYI.
Next is item 7, administrative goal setting. We have, it's been brought up before, we've got a part of our administrators' contracts that states the board and the superintendent will review goals with administrators each year. I believe by sometime in March. And how we've handled this in the past is the superintendent has handled that on behalf of the board. And I know we've discussed this year some that we might want to be more involved in that. And so I wanted to talk about that a little bit tonight. My recommendation is that Dr. Hall handles that on behalf of the board. But I know Ken, for one, suggested we take another approach to that. So I want to open it up for discussion.
So I'll restate what I said at the last meeting, that I was concerned that we have had one of these goal-setting meetings with Dr. Rummel, and our deadline is, I believe, March 1st, according to the contracts. I'm very concerned that we're going to have a repeat of what we had happen with Dr. Hall's contract and run out of time. So I wanted us to begin scheduling these meetings so we have ample time to interact with our administrators. I think the relationship between our administrators and the board is critical.
I would agree, a relationship with administrators is pretty important. It seems like the administrators report to Dr. Hall. And it seems to me that she should be the one continuing to do the goals and review the goals with the administrators. I don't know that that's what we should be doing, quite frankly.
But the contract does say that the board and the superintendent will review the goals with the administrators. That is language in the contract. So to not do that is problematic.
It states annually, but no later than March 1st of each year, the board and the superintendent shall review with the administrator the progress towards established goals and working relationships among the administrator, superintendent, board, faculty, staff, and community.
So I think that you could look at that as many ways, and I think that's where we seem to get stuck. There's this line and then there's this line. I believe that when the administrators come in and they tell us their school improvement plans, they are telling us benchmarks that they tend to want to work towards, how they're going to get there, and they write a summary every time we have a board packet of what's going on in their buildings that gives us an idea. Sometimes it's more extracurricular focused, but sometimes it's other. So to me, we've done that by, in my opinion, that's where I say there's opinion here and there's opinion here. We've done that by letting them tell us that. And having feedback and comments when they do that, they tell us their school improvement plan. So really, to me, like that's like it's off the list. Then there's the perspective that it's not that way, and that's where I think that it's not clear. And it's obviously not clear to, a couple of people, but to me, that's what we've done. That's why we have them do that. That's why they give us feedback on that. They take a team of professionals in their building who are educated with credentials to help them make these plans, and we entrust them to fulfill those plans. And if we have questions about it, we ask them then. So I feel that's a level of, it's just, again, it's one more thing like, oh man, that's not what I thought of when I look at my principles of what it means to be a board member. Because when I read that contract, we've done that. We're sitting here, we all sit here, we listen to them do that. So that's where I stand on it. I don't understand why it's an issue, because they've already told us what their school improvement plans, and it's not even March 1st.
That's their school improvement plan, which I think is super valuable, and we're glad to get that. But the contract says the administrator's goals.
But those goals are what they do in their building. Some of them have to do with the social emotional needs of the students. So like, again, you want it very black and white, which is fine, I guess. But I mean, they're telling us that. And again, I'm sorry, but my strong opinion is that I've been in education, as everybody says that. I don't feel the need to micromanage what they're doing when they're telling me what their goals are. Goals, I just changed the word, goals, school improvement goals, they're making goals. These are what they intend to accomplish. These are how they're evaluated. How did they do on these things they set? I don't know why it needs to be such a major issue. There are definitely bigger fish we have to catch.
One of the difficulties here, I think, is the difference of opinion on the contract and how that reads. And Mr. Funk is here tonight, and he wrote that language. Jeff, did you want to share some thoughts on that language with us?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I wrote it originally. It's been in your administrative contracts for a long time. I've seen it. It's typical of what is in a lot of administrative contracts. And I think, as I told you back last summer, I mean, it's reading it together where it says the administrator shall be evaluated by the superintendent pursuant to the evaluation plan. And then annually, as you said, by March 1st of each contract year, the board and the superintendent shall review with the administrator's progress toward established goals. And that to me is something that typically is, in a district with a number of administrators, it's the superintendent who meets with the individual administrators. You could, I mean, certainly you would have the right as a board to say we want to meet individually with each administrator. But I don't think you're violating, it's my opinion, you're not violating the contract by doing it the way you've been doing it. If you decide that you wish to meet individually, and that's within your right to do that. I think it's, as I said, in a small district with the superintendent and one or two building principals and that's it, it's probably more common that the board's going to meet with each of the administrators. But when you have a number of administrators, it's much more common to do it the way you do it.
Okay. So in your opinion, the way we've done it does not violate the contract?
That's correct.
I don't understand why there's been so much. We started talking about this back in May with the idea of building relationships with our administrators. The board is tasked with setting strategic goals and spending goals that are supposed to encompass the entire district. We talk about the importance of community engagement and relationship building. And yet, for some reason, the idea that the administrator has the opportunity to come in and sit in front of the board and build that relationship around their goals has been met with more resistance than makes sense to me. I can't quite figure out what is so problematic about asking the administrators to come in and have a conversation with the board members. We keep talking about relationship building, we keep talking about understanding what's important in a building. I don't think you can minimize the importance of hearing what's important to a person from that person. And
That's your opinion.
Can I just finish? That is my opinion.
You took a break, so I just said that's your opinion. That's all I said. Excuse me.
That is my opinion. And I think that if I cannot understand why we would not want to take the opportunity to build a relationship with our administrators one-on-one. We brought this up in enough time to do it. The contract obviously feels like it is important enough that it was called out in the contract language that we do that. It very clearly states that it's not an evaluative process that the board would take. It is an opportunity to understand what each building's goals and each administrator's goals are in a one-on-one setting where we're able to have a back and forth and a dialogue focused on what it is that they'd like to accomplish for the year, so that we can take that information and fold that into what we are doing globally as a board. But I'm starting to wonder what they're going to say to us, because the amount of resistance and time and effort and money that we have spent trying to interpret a contract that in a way that we don't have to meet face to face with these administrators gives me pause. I mean, we've got an attorney here who, thank you for coming and thank you for your time, but we pay $250 an hour, and so we've asked him to come here and tell us that we're not in breach of contract, and I can't believe that we've gotten that far when what we're trying to say is our administrators are important enough to us as a board that we would like the opportunity for them to come in once a year, one-on-one, and share what's important to them with us so that we can take that and all the other pieces of information and all the other things that we hear are important and balance out how we make decisions and set priorities for the district.
Maybe that's a perception issue though. Maybe that's not how they perceive that, since it's different than the norm. This board had a major change and it's been a lot of more questions and more things, and we have been transparent and coming forward about information. And you have a way that you read it. They have a, maybe, just maybe, they are like, I'm already doing that. Why do I need to do more? And you have to look at the perspective outside of your box. I will say, if someone came into me and said, that's not enough, I need more, and they are my bosses, I would be like, holy crud, why is this happening? I must not be doing something right. Boss, superintendent, what am I not doing right if it needs to go above you? I need to be managed more? Isn't that your job? Don't you sign off on my evaluation? And Dr. Hall, you have a history of listening to some past incidences that happened. We talk about how the performances are of staff when we have, after their evaluations. That's talked about in closed session. So if we haven't done it yet, it hasn't come up yet, but it's not like we don't already do it. It's just like my perception is this is another way to reinvent the wheel, and that perception over there is, well, that's not what, we're not doing it. And that's just not the way I feel that it is perceived. And I feel as an educator, that's how I would feel. I don't know if that's how they feel, but she's the one who supervises them.
I'm not suggesting that we supervise them. I'm suggesting we take an opportunity that is called out in contract language and was important enough to put in a contract to say that the board shall meet with the administrators to understand what their goals are. Not to evaluate them, not to critique them, not to define that for them, but to build a relationship and understand what's important to those administrators.
Okay, step back for a minute. If we did it once, maybe there's a reason that we did it once. Maybe that person didn't feel comfortable. Maybe, I mean, why is it that we have to do everything that comes up? You know what? Part of being on a board is, you know what, I just make consensus. I might think that you know what, I respect and value someone's opinion enough that I'll just go with that. But maybe there's a particular reason that their administrator isn't advocating for that for them. And I don't look at it being a breach of contract. He made it very gray, you know, and really it's not or it is. If it were that simple, wouldn't we be doing it?
That's my whole question is, it seems pretty simple. I don't understand why we're not doing it.
Well, I think
do administrators view their school improvement plans as their established goals for the year?
They set those goals and then they set goals with me, and they're very similar.
Okay. So why can't the school improvement plan that they present be a part of us hearing from them and their established goals? I don't think we need a separate meeting. I think in terms of efficiency for the board and the priorities that we have to set throughout the year, we've already pretty much shown that we don't have enough time and meeting time to do everything that we would like to do, but we still have to accomplish the business of the district. And yes, it's important to hear from them, but I think we could incorporate that in their school improvement plan and hear about their goals, because we're already essentially hearing about their goals for the year for their school building. I don't see why that, like Lori says, isn't already part of the process.
And that's how I think their perception is that we do that. What more do we need to do, you know?
I think it is an intimidating situation to bring one administrator into a meeting with the board by themselves. And I mean, I think you have to put yourself on the other side of that and realize that that might not be the most comfortable situation, which uncomfortable is fine, but I think that if they're already presenting their information in the school improvement plans, if they have to add a few more details, then fine. I think that would accomplish our goals.
So we're also to talk to them about their working relationships between the administrator and the superintendent and the staff and the faculty and the community and the board. And it doesn't seem like that's
But that
appropriate to be
seems
done
more
in
like
open session.
evaluation than it does seem to be talking about goals.
So it says, I mean,
But
but
that's part
this
of
is
the
what the
function.
board approved, right? To review, it says to review the working relationships. And, I mean, it's their opportunity to talk to us and tell us what is
then I think-
happening in a non-public setting. I mean, it's intimidating to come to the board, but it seems like it would be more intimidating to stand up at the podium on video in front of everyone in the
Well, I think
community
that's
and
perception
have to
too.
say
I think
things.
you have to.
And I'm seeing some nodding, right? And
Not only is it,
But none of the people are here that it even affects, so that,
oh yes, we have 3 people right here that it would affect.
I think not only is it intimidating for them, we have not exactly been it's not exactly been a calm and peaceful environment.
My question is this language old? Is it used today in large, is there a small district, large district separation?
I mean, not by contract language probably. This contract language, I mean, we did not write this originally. I know I wrote Dr. Hall's contract, and I've seen some of the administrative contract. It's typical of what's in contract, but you know, I think that's been in your contract for a long time. Could you revise it? Sure.
If we wrote it 30 years ago and we were pretty small, that'd be one thing, but
I mean, you gave that example earlier of a small district with a couple of administrators.
yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, just from my personal experience in different places, I think it's more common where, you know, if you've got 1 or 2 administrators, obviously it's more likely that the board is going to meet individually with them, or if you have a larger number, then.
So is this language a carryover from when we were a very small district?
He doesn't know, but he might.
I'm having a hard time understanding though how this writing could mean that this only happens with the superintendent, when it so clearly says the board and the superintendent.
Yeah, clarification, I mean, I know someone says shall meet, I mean, it doesn't say shall meet, it says shall review. And I think you could interpret that, I mean, the board delegates many things through the superintendent. And I think the board certainly could, you could interpret that to say that the board tells the superintendent, we need to make sure that the administrators are working on X, Y, and Z, whatever it may be, make sure that these items are included in the goals of the building administrators. Again, you certainly could, the board as a whole could say, we want to do that. I'm not telling you you can't, or that the contract prevents you from doing that. But I'm saying it could be interpreted either way, either as saying we're going to meet individually, or that we're going to do it the way that you've been doing it. I consider that reviewing through that process, and that's where the practice has been in effect for a long time, primarily.
Mr. Funk, I understand when you say you can interpret it this way. We could interpret it a lot of different ways. But when the language says the board and superintendent of schools shall review with the administrator, what do you think is the most likely intent of that statement? That the administrator reviews with the superintendent and the superintendent reviews with the board? Or that all 3 parties review together?
I think, to be honest, that language has probably been there for a long time. Again, I don't know how long and whether anyone has ever examined it carefully in that context before, I truly don't know. Again, I have no problem saying that you can interpret it to mean review in the way you've been doing it. That means you're directing the superintendent. You know, we have these issues, we want to make sure that our board principals are aware. We want these things included. Are you evaluating on these different matters? And again, can you decide one way or another that, you know, however you decide the practice going forward, do you want to revise the contract language one way or another? That may be appropriate way to do it, to make it clear so that everyone knows.
Are you not wanting to weigh in on what you think the intent of that is? I understand we could interpret it a lot of ways, but what do you think is the intent when it's stated that way?
When it was written the way it was written, I don't know, I didn't write it. I think the intent clearly can be, it can be either way, and I have no problem saying that it could have been intended to mean exactly what you're doing. That the superintendent shall, the board reviews with the superintendent in turn conveys those expectations of the board to the administrators.
Taken from a recent school board journal, employ the superintendent, get the right person driving the bus, and let that person determine the best people to be on the bus in order to accomplish what we want as articulated in district ends. The board employs and holds accountable one person, the superintendent.
That's how we've been taught on the boards for quite a while. I just assumed the board decide what we want to do and then make contract language accordingly and not have contract language dictate what we should do just because. I think we ought to decide what we want to do.
I think it gives the administrators an opportunity to use their own voice with the board. And that no matter how we try really, really hard to carefully reflect someone, that is something that we don't do well for someone, right? If someone tells me something and I try to say to someone what the other person thinks or feels or does or whatever, it's not the same as hearing from the person directly. And I think it's an opportunity for the administrators to build a relationship with board members and have that ability to, you know, as things come up, as things go on, that we know that, right? That we have that relationship. And one of the ways to do that is to let them speak to the whole board all together so everyone hears the same thing and we can hear from them things that we could hear about them, but it's different than hearing from them. And I think it's a great opportunity and the board should take advantage of it.
Well, I think, do the administrators see that as a great opportunity though? That's the other side of the coin. Yeah. I'm not sure they do, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I question whether they really want to do that. I'd be in favor of revising the language, whatever it needs to be said. You know, we can work that out, but I really do question whether the administrators really want to do that. I think that having an opportunity to have conversation with them certainly is appropriate as a board members and representatives of the community to have input, but I'm not sure that we're in a spot where they really want to do that.
But the only way that they can talk to the whole board is if they come into this room, because none of us individually are the board. They can't talk to me as the board. I can be a board member, but I am not the board. The only real opportunity that they ever have to talk to the board as a whole is to come into this room and to do it. And if we're framing this incorrectly, then I think that we have a communication problem. But the idea that someone comes in and gets to share what's important to them and how we as, I guess maybe this is just a different philosophy that I have. I see my job as in service to the administrators. And I need to understand what's important to those administrators in order to do my job effectively. And I would like to hear from them what's important to them.
But they could do that during the school improvement plan, don't
But
you think?
I don't, because I don't think you have the opportunity to go back and forth in a room full of people with other people you have to share time with. I think there's an intimacy and a relationship that is built by having the ability to come in and talk one-on-one with a group of people whose job it is to support you. And I can't quite understand, either we've framed this incorrectly for them, and I can't understand why there would be any trepidation on their part for us to be giving them the opportunity to come in and tell us how we will better serve them, how we will better partner with them, how we can better support them, how we can better align what we're doing along the spectrum of all the things we do in this district to better serve the administrators.
I think if that's the goal for the conversation, then wonderful, but I'm not sure that that's the perception that they have.
That's why I keep saying what is going on, because that, I think from the very beginning of when we talked about that, and I think that's what the language is, because it's very clear that it is not an evaluative process, that the superintendent is the one who is responsible for all of the evaluative properties that go along with working with that administrator. But the idea of goal sharing and understanding what is important to that administrator directly to the people who serve them and are supposed to support them is valuable. Things coming through a single, we've all played telephone, a single funnel is not the most optimal way to really understand what's important. Things get lost in translation. So the opportunity to meet and have someone be able to use their own voice and their own cadence and talk about what's important to them directly to the people who are supposed to, whose job it is to serve them and make sure that they have what they need, I think is vitally important. And I think that's what the contract, why it's in the contract language, is because it's, I think, a fairly well-known fact that when you can talk to someone one-on-one, have a dialogue going back and forth, and they are able to say to the board as a whole, because we can only really act as a board as a whole, and it's not coming through a filter, and I don't forget what they said so beautifully and misrepresent it and mischaracterize it, that they have the opportunity to come in and speak with us on that level. So if it's been miscommunicated to them or misrepresented to them as something other than that, as if the board is going to come in and tell them what to do and to set their goals for them, then I think we need to clear that up. Because I think I could see where if that's what's been presented to them, that they are hesitant to do that, but I don't
In
believe.
fairness, and I don't want to interrupt you, but in fairness, that I'm going to interrupt you, sorry, but that when, was it Dr. Rummel that we met with?
Mm-hmm.
That before that, there were some demands made of Dr. Rummel before we had that meeting. It wasn't, oh, we're just going to go hear from what Dr. Rummel thinks is important to her.
Sorry, can you tell me specifically what those demands
Well,
were?
I don't remember right off the top of my head, but I do have some vague remembrance of that.
I think we asked what her previous goals were, right?
Right, and there were some other things that were going on, some other emails that were put in there as to what, you know, is I don't know exactly. I don't know the details, so I can't speak off the top of my head, but I remember that. And I think there was a sense that maybe what you're describing right now is different than what actually happened. So that's why I think there's a perception problem, perception and reality. So that's what needs to be cleared up. If we're going to have meetings with them, then it truly, we're just going to be listeners, then we need to just let them speak. And we can ask them questions, but they need to come in, and if they're going to truly share with us, and we want to hear and we want to support them, then we just need to sit and listen and let them speak. The other part of it is too that they might share things with Dr. Hall that they would not feel comfortable sharing with us. So I think that whole scenario would have to be reworked and looked at how we're going to do that, or we just change the contract language.
I think the description, Megan, that you put out is different than the interpretation of what's in that contract. That sentence, does it use the word review? I don't have it in front of me. So I think review is fraught with all sorts of thoughts of management and assessment and some other things.
Well, it says they'll review the progress towards their established goals and working relationships among the administrator, superintendent,
which is more
board,
evaluative
faculty, staff.
That to me is problematic in the language because it does feel and read evaluative to me, which is management in its duties And I don't think that's what the board should be doing with anybody beyond the superintendent. We shouldn't manage the position and the expectations. I think the dialogue and to understand goals is fair and laudable. But to border on management, I'm a classical believer of the management levels that's not our job.
Well, in point of fact, the school code actually does
Yeah.
call out that we do have responsibilities to manage not just the superintendent, but all the way down the line. It calls out administrators and teachers. And so if we're going back to the law and the school code, we actually do have that responsibility. And when policy has been made, people have put their twist on policy for various reasons. But if you go back to the actual school code, I meant to print it out and bring it, there actually is a responsibility on the school
I get that.
board to do that.
There's nobody else responsible. We are the only responsible body. I get that. But we can also delegate the responsibility as we see fit. And if we don't want to be the managers in the room, then we should make the language read appropriately.
Mr. Funk has something on.
Yeah, and I obviously, how you decide goes is a board decision, I'm not gonna weigh in on that, that's for you to decide if you wanna meet individually. But following up something Mr. Giles said a while ago, I think, or you, as Steve had said, that the language could be subject to more than one interpretation. I agree, but I think what you need to do is decide how you want that to do, and then the contract should be revised, one way or the other. Either way you spell out to say, the board shall meet individually with each administrator each year to discuss goals, or the board shall provide input to the superintendent who shall communicate goals, or however you want to do it. So one way or the other, I think the contract should be revised. So rather than, as you said, we're looking at say, okay, we know what the contract says, this is how we're gonna do it, rather than, you know, have me come here and say, which way do we read the contract? Because it's easier to say, if the contract is clear, then let's clarify the contract. You decide which way that goes, and then I can certainly write contract language either way.
After all these people report to you, do you want to weigh in on anything on this?
Yeah. Thanks. Since September 16th, 1, 2, 3, 4. We've had 10 board meetings. And after the September 16th board meeting where this was also discussed, on October 4th, I sent this email to the board, and I heard nothing back. I'd like to ask the board to reconsider the administrative goal-setting meetings and consider not scheduling them this year. After our lengthy and at times contentious September 16th Board of Education meeting, I have reservations about this format. To summarize, the environment in the boardroom and the adversarial and sometimes negative nature of our board meetings caused me to advocate for our administrators to not have them engage in this activity at this time. I'm not saying it couldn't be valuable at some point. You might have different opinions on this, but the board has its own work to do in terms of working together in a more positive manner. I've regularly kept the board apprised of the strengths and areas of growth for all of our administrators, and I can and will continue to do that. Our 4 principals presenting their school improvement plans on November 4th will give, at the time I said will give the board, but has given the board an overview of their work as their leaders in their buildings. And their school improvement plans, as I just mentioned, are very closely related to the goals that they set with me. So I've got 2 main concerns about the format. I appreciate that there's a desire to establish a relationship with our administrators and to talk. The talk about that is very positive, but I don't know when, after September 16th, we would have even scheduled any of these meetings. I had sent out, I'm going to guess sometime in the summer, a schedule of the meetings, and some of those times had been in closed sessions prior to our regular board meetings, and the feedback from some board members was, no, we need to have the administrators come in at the end of the regular board meetings. Well, our September 16th board meeting went till midnight. Our October 21st board meeting went till 12:45 a.m. Our November 18th board meeting was 10:30, 10:45. I don't know when there would have been a free day to even have them come in. So there's already been really almost an overwhelming amount of meetings. There have been some really good discussions, and those meetings have been, scheduled, and it's been kind of hard to even find time for all those meetings. But there is an environment in this room that's not always positive. And I'm just being very candid and frank, and to ask folks to come in and do something that's, it's a difficult thing to ask. And so I'm advocating that either the contract be rewritten or you all decide amongst yourselves how this should look. It's just my recommendation, but that's what I'm basing it on, and I still feel that way.
Dr. Hall, how would you categorize the meeting that we had with Dr. Rummel? Was that a negative environment? Do you think that was a productive meeting at all?
I think that she's the one that should answer that.
Well, you were president. What do you?
I'm not her, yeah, I was in the room. I guess because I can relate to what it would feel like to do that, to me, I didn't think that it was particularly negative, but I don't see the point in doing it. In terms of how it went or how she felt, that's a question that she should ask. I think you also need to keep in mind that she's a member of the cabinet. She's an experienced administrator, and we have many administrators that are in their first year. They have one-year contracts. They're inexperienced, and you're asking them to come in here and talk to the highest level of governance.
So I also wanted to say that I think that what Colleen was saying about having an actual dialogue with people cannot be understated. And I think that the board, the 7 of us, have recently witnessed that. In our last closed session, we had someone come to us with a problem. The 7 of us worked cohesively, we worked amicably, and we solved that person's problem because we had a dialogue face to face. We didn't hear it through other channels. And I would like you all to stop and think, if you think there is a realistic chance that if that had gone through a channel that wasn't directly the 7 of us with them, do you think there's a realistic chance that the solution would have been reached?
Well, I think I have a little objection to that, is that we didn't hear from the administrator on the other side of that. We only heard one side of it.
I know, but the 7 of us worked
I'm gonna
together.
caution us right now, because that was a closed session topic, and I really don't feel comfortable continuing this discussion any further down that line, just because inevitably, we're gonna start to present some details that
you don't think it was productive?
The best not to be.
I don't think it was unproductive, but I think the perception that we solved their problem is your perception, and I agree with
Well, let me just say, and I won't go any further than that, that's very disappointing for me, because that was probably the most fulfilling meeting for me as a board member since we joined, because I was so proud of how the 7 of us worked together for these people. And the fact that you think
I don't like
that is just my perception, that we were successful together, that's disappointing. You know, Lori, I'm having a little trouble because I'm hearing 2 different arguments. On the one hand, you think that the board working through goals is not an appropriate level for the board to be at. But the school improvement plan discussion is an appropriate level for us to be at, and that meets the terms of the contract. So that seems kind of inconsistent to me. Do you think that we should either meet with them and discuss goals, or do you think that we should do away with the school improvement plan discussion? Because is that at our level?
I think that the school improvement plan is what covers the contract. Remember, that's what I said is my interpretation of it, that covers them telling their goals. That's how I have perceived it. When you all addressed that you thought this was an issue, I was like, I don't see that being an issue. They're coming forward, they're telling us what their plan is. So I have no problem with them doing that. I love that. We have we know what's going on because they are telling us what's going on and what their goals are. So it's, again, it's your opinion and my opinion, and we're not on the same page, and that's okay. That's just.
So that's an appropriate level for the board?
Yes, I think because we need to be knowledgeable about what's going on, we do, and we are then. You're taking it to, in my opinion, you're wanting a much deeper level, and I'm not ready to go there because I am a board member, not a manager. That's what I'm going to maintain.
Do you felt like the Dr. Rummel meeting, you were managing her?
I can't remember what happened very much in that meeting at all. I can't talk about that. I mean, that's so many meetings ago. In fact, when she points that out of 14 weeks, we've had 10 meetings. I can't remember.
So only 4 administrators though were here for the school improvement plans. We have 17 administrators.
But Steve Curtis gets up and reports on his plan. Jared tells us about technology. Nick came up and told us about transportation. We have a lot of people that are different. It's not March yet. It's just your level of expectation and mine are different. I think that's very clear. And that doesn't mean I'm right. Doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means that, once again.
I think as a board, we just, like, you're economists, there's opportunity costs to everything. We have to decide what we're gonna spend our time on. I think Lindsay's point about the number of board meetings that we've had, the amount of time that we've spent, I mean, we have to decide where we're gonna spend that time. Right now, we just don't have any extra time. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it because of that, but I'm saying that that's a consideration.
But I actually appreciate more of that comment because that's driving what we do, right? Like, to say, well, this would be something valuable to do, but I don't wanna do it because I don't wanna spend the time, is more honest to me, right? Like, that might be what's actually happening here, instead of us actually disagreeing about whether or not it's valuable to build a relationship with an administrator.
Well, I don't think we're disagreeing about whether it's valuable or not. I think everybody would agree with that.
I think there's a disagreement over what's the best use of our time, and I think there's a disagreement or a different perception as to what the administrators, how they feel about this.
I think time's a big issue. I do not want to take on something that's going to be administrative in nature, but I love hearing about building plans and the other programs that we hear from on a regular basis. We have to be informed in that way, and we've got a chance to chat with those people I always ask questions of those things. It's extremely valuable.
So I'm wondering why we didn't change this contract language last May, when we had this whole discussion back then.
I think it's like a lot of things. Busy matters. I think if we focus on it, we ought to change the language to what it is that we really want. And it wasn't on our radar at that point.
We had a discussion about it at that point. I seem to remember that was one of our first contentious moments.
We
was
did.
a discussion about the contracts.
Within 30 days.
And so maybe since it was a contentious moment, maybe that wasn't the best moment to really actually work through things.
But we signed contracts and we said we were going to do this. I have a real problem with us having had this discussion in a board meeting and we talked through this, and I seem to remember Max saying, let's just get this done and we'll change the contract language later, or something to that effect. And I am a person who does what I say I'm going to do. We had this discussion, we talked about the fact that this language was problematic, we voted it through anyway, and so now it becomes a question of, are we gonna do what we said we were going to do?
I will take issue with that comment, because quite frankly, we've had this for years, we've handled it the same way for years, and what Mr. Funk has said is the way we've handled it in the past is acceptable under the way it's currently worded. So I don't think I'm not doing what we said we were going to do. I don't think we've ever not done what we said we were going to do. Now and that's why I asked Mr. Funk to be here, because I'm frankly tired of the implication that if we don't do what you're saying we do, we're violating the contract.
He said both
Because we're
ways are right. So
Okay.
when both
All right,
ways
so
are
that-
right,
Okay, so then can we call the question, because we've
but
been
no,
talking
I
about
think
it?
the problem is
Why
that
not?
both ways are right and you like your way. I mean,
And you
both,
like your way, how is that any different?
I'm saying, he didn't say that, he actually has told us that both ways are right, which doesn't actually give us too much direction.
My direction is you should revise your contract to fit what you want to do, and that is up to the board to decide.
But that's not what's up to vote, so
No,
like
but-
revising the contract would be another time that we would come back and do it. Maybe we could ask for some language suggestions, I don't know. I mean, we're just sitting here, we have 2 more things in a closed session, and we're spinning.
Yeah, I would feel, again, this is up to you, but if you give me directive one way or another, it will be an action item tonight, but I could revise something either way. I mean, again, as I told you, we could make it clear one way or the other, so there's no doubt this is the expectation. Either you want each individual board administrator to meet with the board, or you should give input to the superintendent. You should do that. Clarify it, and we don't have the discussion. You give me the directive which way, if you want me to write it, I can draft something, send it to Max, distribute it to the board however you want. It can be as an agenda item for the next meeting.
Do you feel like that's a slippery slope though? Because board members change. And so part of having language in there that doesn't direct, the superintendent changes also. And so having language in a contract that now, I feel a little bit like I'm taking crazy pills because this is the same discussion that we have with policy in that we can't get too much in the weeds with dictating every little thing except when we want to.
There are sections in administrative contracts that are required by law. So, I mean, we have to have evaluation language, you have to have a deadline. There are things that if you said, in a multi-year contract, and we don't want performance goals in there, I'd say, now you have to have it. This is something that you can clearly provide. This is not something, again, the language has been here a long time, don't know the history of it. It can easily be clarified one way or the other. And then that to me would be how you clarify is the board decision. And you certainly have the legal right to require each administrator to come in and meet with you. You also have the right to have the superintendent do that and then report to the board.
I think the board action we have in front of us clarifies. I think it clarifies it very well, and I like the way it's written. I think we could take the clarification, if we were to vote this in tonight, and ask the language in the contract be clarified to equal it.
One of the difficulties I have is that in May, when we had this discussion the first time, when we read this language and discussed it, the discussion we had was interpreting it to mean that we will meet with the administrators, because that was the basis of the discussion. Should we meet with the administrators? Should we not meet with the administrators? What does this language say, right? And no one at that meeting said, I think this language can be interpreted in a way that we can use the building goals, or that we can have the superintendent tell us.
I think I said that. I know I'm not a board member, but I think I chimed in on that.
I would disagree. I think that was a point that was made that the superintendent would be able to review those things and report to us.
Well, we discussed strongly, and I do remember that the evaluation was done by her, right? And then we said yes, but, so we had that discussion about how the evaluation was definitely done by the superintendent, and no one disagreed about that, but then we had this discussion about this other part, and then we voted to keep it in.
And
that's my difficulty, is just.
Well, we voted to keep it in because quite frankly, that language has been there a long time. It has not been an issue. And to not approve administrator contracts that night would have sent a horrible message to the administrators.
Do you recall the look of fear on their face? I mean,
I feel like it's better voted in, I feel like, what are they gonna think now? What's gonna happen when the board and the superintendent decide another part of our contract they just don't wanna do? Because
I think they might be okay with it, honestly.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of things in their contract that they want to keep. I'm not talking about this point, I'm saying, if we're willing to just unilaterally change their contract? Because we don't wanna do what it says, then that makes.
But that's what you're asking us to do,
wait a
you're asking to
minute.
change
Wait a
us a
second.
practice that we've been doing,
Yeah.
that we thought was fine, and you don't agree with it, and so you think the contract's wrong. I'm confused by your statement.
I'm just talking about practice, I'm talking about what the contract says.
Yeah, but what the contract says, many of us and those that are no longer on the board thought what we were doing with doing the SIPs was appropriate. It's been brought to our attention that, according to others, that it's not. And now we should change it because, I mean, it's the same thing.
I think if we
But
were
at the May
amending,
20th meeting, several people didn't even know that clause was in the contract.
if we were amending contracts outside of current practice, I think administrators would have a concern about that. If we amend the contracts to reflect current practice, I don't know that that's a huge concern for our administrators. In fact, to many of them, it's probably a positive that we're actually reflecting what the current practice is.
I just can't believe all of this is because we asked to meet with the administrators for an hour to hear what's important.
But it's not. Did you listen to what she said? She said as a result of a September meeting that people had a perception. She must have gotten some feedback from them that said, you know, this makes me a little nervous. That's what I'm hearing. I mean, I'm a relational person. That's what I'm hearing. If that's what I'm hearing, I want to hold on tight because I want to try to secure the stability that we have going on within 4 buildings in this district. Because you'll hear from people if you haven't.
I think maybe part of the trepidation is that you are really angry right now and you are yelling.
I am not yelling.
Well, you're close to yelling.
I
We're
am not
supposed to be
yelling.
having a conversation.
Okay, let's not debate on what's yelling and what's not yelling.
I'll just be quiet because when I need to talk, it's just shut off and what I have to say is not important. So yes, thank you for clarifying and reminding me. I'm good.
I've seen her angry, I don't think she's angry right now. I think that we did not violate the language that's in the contract. I don't interpret it that way at all, but I think we can make it more clear. So I don't think we're going back on anything. Because I don't think we violated it in the first place.
I think that if we vote in favor of this resolution tonight, it's gonna send a very clear message that there is distance that needs to be kept between the board and administrators. I'm very uncomfortable with that. I don't want there to be any walls between us, discussion-wise. I've said from the beginning that, yes, the hierarchy of authority is appropriate when it comes to direction, but when it's just discussion and working together as a district to come up with solutions together, we all should be on the same team and not having to file through.
I don't disagree with just discussion, but we don't have any language that says it's just discussion. Because we can't even interpret the single sentence the same way among us. If we had just show up and let's have a conversation, that's one thing. Then let's say that. I think there's gonna be relief in this sense because it's gonna clarify the reporting role.
Okay, let's do that. Let's change the language to say, show up and have a conversation.
This language stands on its own. If we wanna have other language that says to have a conversation, let's set that up for another meeting and bring it forward. I think what we have in front of us stands alone for the purpose of management and what it says here is establishing and reviewing individual administrative goals.
And the recommendation is we don't schedule administrative goals. That we manage those through Dr. Hall's.
Right.
It's been past practice. And what I guess I'm hearing is we think it's important to have contract language that reflects what we're actually doing.
So the wording of it says that Dr. Hall is the person to establish and review individual administrative goals. So the review part is what we're really arguing about, because I think we're all on the same page that Dr. Hall establishes the goals with the administrator, because that's what it says in the contract. If we want to strike that and review, I think I'll vote for it.
I don't wanna be in an administrative review. I think Dr. Hall's the one to have to do that. I think the building goals that we have that come are welcome. If we wanna add more goals to come our way, that's good too.
Buck stops with us.
I don't think we need to be in the business of individual personnel goals, which is different than building goals.
But I think there are circumstances in which administrators would welcome the opportunity at least one time per year to have an audience with the board. And this part of the contract gives them the ability to do that without having to ask to come before the board. If they have to come and say, can I be in a closed session with the board? That's way more difficult and intimidating. And they have to get to the point where something's really bad before they do that, right? We've seen that before with other people who wait until something's bad. If there was regular communication, then we build relationships and things don't have to get to really, really bad before they come to the board. And so while everything is great and everyone is doing well, then it might seem redundant, but it's for when things might not go well and when you might want to speak for yourself or you have a little different perspective and you want to share it with the board. We don't want them to have to come to the point where they say, I need a meeting with the board. We want to say one time per year, they can come and we can talk. And then when we have to make decisions about their stuff and their wheelhouse, we're more sort of in that loop, and it's.
Then let's address that going forward. Let's get it on an agenda. We'll discuss how we're gonna go about it. I think tonight's action stands on its own and does not step on the toes of what we might wanna do in addition.
I'm unclear about what you're suggesting we do tonight.
Say we vote on the resolution we've got in front of us.
That for this year, this is the resolution, or that we change contract language?
I personally believe we should change contract language to go along with this clarification in this
That needs
resolution.
to be more specific.
Okay.
So we're proposing that we're gonna change the contract language. Contract language, I wonder how the administrators are going to feel when we're asking them to come in and sign a different contract, because we've had discussion that's been heated and we've had disagreement, and so now we're asking them to sign a new contract. I would think that's kind of a scary proposition as well. So I think
When I teach contract law, I mean, what I've been teaching my students is that when there's an efficient breach of contract or any breach of contract, it requires both parties.
We don't have a breach, we've got a ruling on that tonight. We can ladder this thing in, it doesn't have to be rewriting everybody's contracts overnight, that doesn't have to happen.
The vote down here has nothing to do really with what that though.
Right. We can socialize contract language and have that conversation with them, and we can work with administrators and as well.
Nobody's breaching contracts.
Right.
That's why I asked Jeff to be here.
There's no breach of the contract. I think you could do one of two things. I mean, you could say, we're gonna draft an addendum to make it effect now, or you can say, this is the interpretation for this year, but next year, if you think all your administrators' contracts other than the superintendent are 1 year, you could say, next year, 2021 school year, all administrative contracts will have the revised language. And that may be, and you just go on record now that your interpretation is, as it's been, that, rather than revise the contract effective next year. If you want to get in effect this year, you can do that too, but that would take.
I think it would be dangerous to do this on, when it's not just a part of a contract renewal. I would hesitate to change contracts before they're up for renew, and we do it at the time where we're issuing new contracts.
Then I think we just vote on this.
Yes. Or we could put something together that bridges the gap between all of us, where we say, we don't have to schedule these meetings, but we're gonna work towards over the next, it doesn't have to be by March 1st, that's the contract, but we're gonna, between now and next August, attempt to meet with the administrators to have discussions, and that will give us a longer time, summer and things like that. And if we put that in, feels to me like it would be a way to bridge the gap, right? It's not someone wins and someone loses and you get your way and you don't. It would sort of say, look, some people don't wanna have to have these meetings before March, we don't have enough time and we don't wanna do this and we don't wanna review the goals. And some people are saying, I really, really want to have that face-to-face interaction. And so if we would have something that said, okay, we're not gonna make the goals to do this review, but we are, you know, instead of in the next 2 months, in the next 6 months, we're going to invite the administrators to come and talk to us and just have a conversation, then that would be a way that all of us could win.
But it's the same, you're proposing the same thing that I mean, it'd be the same thing in the end. You're not gonna change the language, you're gonna keep it. In the future, you're gonna change it, and then you're gonna ask them to come meet with us. And in the beginning, I thought that it was said that you think that it's suddenly gonna change. Maybe there are miracles, but.
That's what I just said.
You did. You said that we would keep the thing now, and then our expectation would be that we would meet with them. You did say that.
I don't know that that's
so
my
let me
expectation.
say it again. This is saying we're not gonna schedule these meetings with the administrators.
Before March, I got that.
If we're to interpret the contract that way, it would be before March, and it would be to review their goals and whatever. Merle said a few minutes ago that he thinks it would be a great idea to talk with the administrators and just sit down and have them talk. I've heard Jeremy also say that talking to them and building a relationship would be good. It seems like part of the problem is we can't do this for 16 more administrators before March 1st, and this idea that the expectation is that we're reviewing their goals is problematic. If instead we said we're just gonna have conversations with them, and over a longer period of time, so there isn't this time crunch, then that would sort of accomplish, it would let people that don't wanna do it right now in 2 months with 16 people, with this expectation of what they're gonna do, it would be switched to, we're just gonna have a conversation to build a relationship, which it seems like people are saying is a good thing. Maybe you aren't, maybe I don't understand what you had said. But it seems like everyone thinks that building relationships with people is a good idea. And so what I'm saying is we could make a compromise and we could sort of all win. We wouldn't be doing exactly this language. We would have this, you know, and then next year we can rewrite the language.
Do you know how many school boards meet one-on-one with their administrators that are not their superintendents?
I didn't say it was without the superintendent.
No, I said
Beyond
their superintendent, meeting with them individual. Principals coming in and meeting with their school board members. You're not gonna find very many, okay? Because that's not their job, and this is where the box is really just keeps expanding, and
right.
I mean, I sat through the delegate assembly in Chicago, and I had to hear about, wow, the micromanagement, that kind of thing. It's on TV, this is great. I'm like, we're working together, that's what we're trying to do. When the perception has been pushed out into reality that the board is trying to micromanage their administrators, I said this in the last meeting, they're gonna walk away. Our teachers are gonna walk away, okay? We hire professionals to do that. And that's where I am hung up on that. And you know, everybody brings their level of expertise. That's mine. I feel like I know what it looks like to have somebody feel like they can, that would be like me going into your job or Jeremy's and saying, I'm gonna teach economy, be an economist, and I'm gonna teach how to be a sports medicine doctor because I've read all these policies and law. No. Have you ever applied it one day in your life? Maybe, maybe not. But that's what you feel like you're credentialed as a board member to do that? That's totally not what I feel is our expectation. I said the same thing before. Again, it's one more time that you're asking me to take a principle that I don't believe in and change to make somebody else happy. And I just don't run that way.
Well, Lori, we haven't done that.
It's one more place that we're moving towards.
Excuse me. Nobody is advocating that we do that. We haven't done that in the one example that we have had a meeting with the administrator. I don't understand why you keep jumping back to we are going to micromanage these administrators. None of us are talking about doing this. None of us are saying, let us set the administrative goals and Dr. Hall, you have a seat over there. That is not at all what we've said. We've in fact said the opposite. We've said that is not appropriate. What we have said is we want to have a relationship and a dialogue with these very essential employees.
That's very different though than the original point of having, meeting with them and looking at their goals and things by
Let me
March.
see all the goals.
So, I mean, that's very different. Again, there's so many layers that come up. You know, it's just like an onion and it's unpeeling.
But that's why I'm suggesting we don't do that. I'm suggesting we don't do what you just said.
You've been focused on the relationship, but prior to that, it was review your goals by March 1st. One person with a board of people. It doesn't happen very often, okay?
But that's why I'm suggesting compromise.
Well,
Like, I think that is how it used to be.
I'm
So
back.
there's this view and this view, and I'm making a suggestion for the middle.
So our meeting with Dr. Rummel ran longer than we had budgeted time for. And I'm looking at all the priorities that we have in front of us. And so I've got two concerns about this. The first is just a time and logistic concern, even if we wanna do it. And the second, it just doesn't, to me, this isn't what we should be doing.
I don't think we're gonna get this solved, this part of it solved here tonight. I'd say let's get to the question in front of us, let's work on the resolution, and let's continue the discussion on how we want to work with the issue. We've got items on the table, but that's not the item we've got in front of us.
Would the administrators give us an honest response if we asked them what they would like to do, just as far as just having a discussion?
What do you mean realistically?
Right.
I sent the board an email on October 4th and described the reasons why this would be a very difficult situation to put our administrators in. And frankly, that dynamic hasn't changed. And I think that there's been some instances tonight where that's very clear and obvious. The Board of Education sets the tone. You are the top leaders of the district. It shouldn't be surprising that this would be extremely difficult for our administrators to come in until there's a different dynamic in this room and until the 7 of you work in a different way.
Well, I apologize for losing my temper, but
I'm talking to all 7 of you.
I
I'm not
understand.
picking anybody out.
I am frustrated because every time I try to make a comment, someone cuts me off. And that is frustrating
And that's a
to
good working
me.
agreement conversation. But it does contribute to the negative atmosphere.
So are you suggesting we don't have administrators at meetings anymore?
No, I don't know. There's administrators in the room right now.
But if
Suggesting
it's
the format.
too
Uncomfortable and
intimidating,
terrible,
right?
then maybe we should let them stay home.
I honestly respect and appreciate the professionalism of our administrators, and I think that they're professional adults and they can handle the stress of meeting privately with 7 other individuals.
All right, so the recommendation is we don't schedule meetings. I don't know if we want to change contract language to reflect that or not, but that's the recommendation. Is there a motion to do that?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
You want to include having Mr. Funk come back with some sample language that reflects what we want to do as a contract amendment? Or do we just want to acknowledge the fact that what we're doing does not violate the contract and move forward with more discussion on this at another time?
I would like to do the second, please.
All right, so the motion is that we don't schedule meetings. Motion and second, is there further discussion?
Can the public ask questions? Can we-
Yep. Is there anything else from the board? Anything from the public?
May I ask a question?
Yep.
Since 2017, nearly all of the administrators in the Muhammad Seymour district have changed. Some have retired, but a good majority have also left the district to work in other districts. Do you feel past practices allowed those administrators to provide feedback that may have
led them to feeling more supported within the district? Do the board members who are on the board before April feel like they would have liked an opportunity to hear from those administrators in a more candid capacity before they decided to leave, to keep the stability and consistency throughout the district? And do you feel those administrators felt like they had a supportive relationship with the board?
I only came on in 2017.
Well, you watched, I mean, the majority of the administrators have changed since you've been on the
Yeah.
board then, so do you feel like, I mean, if Muhammad's a place where people want to come and work and you have a huge turnover like that, did that cause pause for you? And did you feel like maybe you wanted a place for those administrators to come and to be able to provide feedback or to feel like they had a relationship or more supported by you guys? Was that ever a topic of conversation? And in hindsight, do you feel like maybe the practice that you had before didn't lead to that?
I don't know what practice we had before, Danny, so I'm not gonna say.
But you just said this is how we've always
Before
done it.
2017, excuse me.
Okay.
So, I'm thinking of 3 people off the top of my head that I know that left, that they shared various reasons with me, and I feel like I understand their reason for doing that. If you're not familiar, there's our tenure and administrators who have been here a long time, which we have many that have, is not typical. I work in another district where it's a constant turnover. The person's there 3 to 5 years. So that's kind of how superintendents are too. So your stability and turnover might be different than my perception of it. You know what I'm saying? You might think it's quick.
I mean, it's all about perception, obviously. I get that.
You might think it's quick or longevity, and mine will be different. So you might ask somebody else.
In the short time I've been here, the administrators that I have known to leave I have felt we've had really good relationships with. But I've only been here a little over a year.
I agree with that.
So in the review of past events and past activities of the board, I think that there is a very good example of an administrator that was not given an opportunity to interact directly with the board, who ended up leaving and was a real loss for the community. That's my opinion.
I just had a question. A lot of conversation tonight has been around building relationships and building trust. And I think when you start off a board year with a board member turning the board over to the Attorney General, it kind of starts eroding that trust. So I'm wondering, before you start building relationships and trust with your administrators in the district, is there a plan for you guys to start building relationships and trust between all of you? Because I think that's weighing heavily on what's happening in the district as far as relationships are going.
That's why it's good to compromise.
I think that's a good question. For me, I think the way you build those is making sure that we're all following the rules, we're all living up to the obligations that we agreed to. I think that's what would help me build relationships with the other boards. And I feel like I've built relationships with the other board members.
I'm not sure that's apparent across the table.
Other people can comment.
Anything else? Yes.
It's just from observing, I would just concur with Dr. Hop. I can tell you, as someone sitting in the audience, it's an uncomfortable feeling. So I do not think an administrator is going to want to come in. It doesn't feel like this is an open arm invitation. And from an efficiency standpoint, I've never seen any business level act this way. You guys always seem to get off topic of what you're focusing on. So I would just love to see when you guys put something on your agenda to focus on what that one piece is. And not that the idea of meeting with people and having open communication isn't great, but I would agree, I think until this is fixed, that can't happen. And so if we could focus on what you guys want to accomplish, I think you'll get a lot farther, and then you'll start to build that trust up that Sunny's talking about, and people will see that. Thank you.
I also think it might be difficult to have a community engagement then if administrators don't feel like they can come and talk to you, and teachers don't feel like they can come to talk to you, and you've had people stand up at the podium I've watched for years come and talk to you, and there has been basically no communication or relationship built with those guys, it would be hard to have a community engagement then also, I think.
We've run the 5 minutes, and this is administrators and community engagement right now, but thank you for the comment.
You're welcome.
Okay, anything else from the board? Okay, can I have a roll call vote on this?
Schultz,
No.
Giles,
Yes.
Larson,
Are we voting yes, that we recommend that the board does not
Not,
schedule?
yes.
Okay, yes.
Keith,
No.
Hennessy,
No.
Hendricks,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes. Item 8 is board working agreements. I would agree that some of the discussion tonight highlights the need for some working agreements. Do we have everyone's in at this point, Dawn, or no?
I'm missing one.
Missing one, okay. Can we say the cutoff for that, Dawn, when do you leave on break?
Friday.
Okay. So let's make the cutoff for that. Are you pretty much ready to go with this except for that? So can we make the cutoff for that by close of business Thursday?
Okay.
So Friday, you can send out what you've got to everybody so we can start to look at it.
Sure.
And then we'll readdress it in January when we come together.
If it doesn't come in, what are we gonna do?
Why don't we extend it to the start of the after break?
You don't wanna look at it, review it during break?
Well, I think that it gives whoever doesn't have it in an opportunity to think about it and get it in, because I mean, this is a pretty busy time in general.
Okay.
Gives them an opportunity to get it done, and, you know, January 6th, we're back, right?
Right.
So we can
Okay.
essentially compile or add that to what's already been compiled and go from there.
So then in January, when's our January?
I think the discussion earlier was to have a discussion about working agreements on January 14th.
Okay, that gives us time.
The special meeting.
Yep, okay.
I just have a hesitation about this because it seems as though almost every contention here is about rules. And it seems like setting more rules is not a good thing to do if we want to get along more. If we're having a hard time with what we have, it seems like it's not maybe the best idea to just throw more onto that fire.
Not knowing what's on that list, I'll go back to the comment I made at the last board meeting. Let's agree on what we can agree on and keep moving forward.
Right.
Right.
And it is expectations, and which is good to have them defined.
I'd like to send out what we've got so we can at least see where we're at.
So when do you want me to send that out?
Why don't you send it out on the 6th when you come back?
So when is it due to me?
I think it needs to be in your inbox when you come back from break.
On January 3rd.
What day do you get back? Somebody just
Staff
said
comes
the
back
6th.
on the 3rd and kids come back on the 6th.
Let's use the 6th, that gives a weekend. So if it's in your inbox, whatever you got in your inbox by the morning of the 6th, compile and send out, everyone please. That gives us a week before the 14th meeting to look at it. And we'll see where we're at. It may be hopeless, but tomorrow's thought, I'd like to think there's some things we can look at. Okay. Item 9, board superintendent communication. Oh, I'm sorry, public, was there any public comment on working? I forgot. Okay, thank you. Board superintendent communication. Wanted to have a discussion tonight just to talk about how we communicate, how we maybe communicate with each other, how we communicate mostly with Dr. Hall, what we expect maybe her to communicate back to us. I know one of the items we had was was a request from a board member for some sensitive information that Dr. Hall thought was sensitive and wanted to have a board discussion about whether that was appropriate or not. So we can put that in the mix with this. In my opinion, some of the tone between some emails that were directed to Dr. Hall by board members came across inappropriately, bullying.
Can you say specifically what you mean?
Well, I don't have it in front of me.
I think we know what's in there.
Yeah.
I think the other issue here that I would just like for the board to have a discussion about is who directs my work and what does that look like? I received a request from Mr. Keefe for a fairly large spreadsheet of information. Received that on the Tuesday before going on Thanksgiving break. Didn't respond to it till the following Monday, December 2nd. Given that that involves multiple staff people, I didn't think it was unreasonable to say why it was needed. The response was, it's for board business, and if it's board business, then I would have expected that to have been discussed in an open meeting or been directed by a majority of the board to complete that. Also, my sense was that other board members, I'm not speaking for anybody, but other board members were curious what that board business was. That's kind of a more in the weeds question. The bigger issue is just how is my work directed and by who? What does that look like?
I feel like there should be a differentiation between direction and information.
I agree with you. Couldn't agree more.
So if it's for information, even if the information requires work, it's for information. And the board member should have any information in the district. But directing you would be something that I think should not happen, or, I mean, I will admit, when I looked back, I saw that I directed you one time. I felt like that was an emergency situation. So if we don't wanna do that, then that's okay. But I thought it was time of the essence to the minute. So I asked, please, for you to do something. But other than that, you know, if we ask for information, it seems like that's what would be an okay request. But if someone asks for direction, that would be something that you should get.
I think if there's a project going on that's driven by an individual, and it says in there it's for a board project, I would like to know about the project because I am a member of the board. Doesn't mean I don't want you to have it, but like, please don't speak for me that I'm participating in a board project if it's a personal project, because I want to know what I'm a part of and what I'm being asked for as a board member. I don't want to be lump sum into something like that. There is a spokesperson for the board, so you know that in the future, you know, it might be nice to just go about it a different way, and if that's how it needs to be translated, then that's it. But I was like, a board project? I know nothing about this board project, and I've sat in 10 meetings, so I think I would know about it.
I think direction and information is sort of binary. When you say it that way, what I observed was the request was highly unusual in its form and had implications for very personal information beyond that. And that made it outside any norms that would have been a request for simple information.
I think there just needs to be consideration of the number of people that could be involved in a request and what the volume of work is and the timing of it as it falls into other things that are going on in the daily carrying out of business in the office here. And I'm happy to provide, I'm not opposed to providing information, but I think when it becomes a body of work, that it goes into a different area.
The request was the same as what was included in the FOIA request, so the public can go and see what exactly was requested.
James Heine will talk about tonight too.
The items listed there are all FOIA-able information, is that correct?
I'm not arguing, it's not, it is public, yes.
Okay, but it's been said a couple times that it's very sensitive information that, what was the way you put it?
If it was to come electronically in a spreadsheet and could be shared in an electronic format, even unintentionally, any way, shape, or form, that's outside the bounds, I think, of even our security boundaries. I think that has no place leaving this building. I mean, we've got all sorts of data protection things in place here, and to let something like that go out of this building, I think you're in this business. I think that's as the business owner here, I would never let that happen.
It's published
But
in the
it was
newspaper.
public
something go out.
information.
It's
I mean,
electronic.
it's on the web right now.
PDF format, some of it's public information.
No. The way I understood the format
But
that
not
was
as
asked for was different.
You wanted it in an editable format, was your request.
I fail to see the difference. I can easily take a PDF and put it into an Excel sheet.
Okay.
Okay, so there is no difference there then.
I didn't realize that.
I think there's a difference in the way it goes outside of this building.
I think the core issue is trust, like we've already talked about. I think that's the core issue.
Well, I would like us to have some consistency here because I think it is unnecessary for a purpose to be stated for a request for some very straightforward data that shouldn't take you very long to gather. It should be just a matter of an export from whatever application you're using. I don't understand why we feel it's necessary to provide a reason for my request. And I would also ask if you guys, when you request data and information, when you have a conversation with Dr. Hall and say, you know, what happened over at the whatever, does she quiz you and say, well, why do you need to know? I would bet that she
I don't
doesn't.
ask for data.
You never asked Dr. Hall for data.
I have not asked for data. If you want to FOIA my emails, go for it, Ken, okay? Because I'll tell you the truth from the very get-go. And what I want to know is, like, if it's a board project, it's a public meeting, please share with what the project is, what your intention is.
No, I don't feel I need to.
Okay, that's fine. Then why, so.
Why do you feel entitled to that?
Why do you
have
feel
never-
entitled to the information?
I have never tried to direct your behavior as a board member. Why can you sit
Yes,
there?
you have. You listened to things and you turned us over and they came back and said, stay on topic. So that is dishonest, Ken Keefe. It is. I was part of those meetings, so don't go there because you started that. So you have. So when you've done something like that, I should be like, why is he asking for something if I'm going to be wrapped up into this again, okay? You weren't at the annual conference to have people talk about that. You weren't available. Well, I was, okay? So when you put us out there at risk, here's the problem right now, Ken. When you do stuff here, it should be to glorify the district and make it look better. I'm not so sure that's your agenda. It's like Fox News.
My agenda is to make this district the best district it can be, not to make it look good. That may be your agenda, but that is not mine.
Obviously.
I think what has been clear since the election is that we have different board members who have different levels of interest in terms of diving deep when it comes to information. So I don't speak for Merle and tell him that his, you know, you say a lot, I don't need to be in the weeds like that. I'm comfortable with Merle having the level of data that he wants, right? So what I'm trying to say is your expectation and what you might want to know about this situation is different than mine. It's different than Ken's, it's different than Colleen's and Jeremy's and Lori's and Max's. And so I guess I am not sure why when somebody asks for information, if they just want a deeper dive into something, especially when it's something that's public, I'm not sure what the.
The way I've handled that always has been to come in here and work with the person with the data. If Trent's got the data, I come in here and I'll sit with Trent. And I wouldn't expect
We have to build a relationship,
sensitive data
exactly, that's what it is.
to walk out of this
But
house.
it's on the website right now, so it can't be that sensitive because it's stuff that we publish.
Not everything is on the website that was asked for in the FOIA.
No, but it's all public information. So if
In a
somebody,
variety of
if someone
places.
who's not a board member happens to FOIA that information, we have to provide that information to them, and that leaves the district. So if it's public information, it's public information.
If
And
it's
at
a
some
public
point,
document,
depending.
We have to provide it. We don't have to run information requests.
You can look in the News Gazette, it's published every year, tells you what everybody gets.
I guess what I was saying is board members have different personal requirements on them feeling prepared for meetings. And so people have different requests for information. And I'm not sure why that's problematic.
And I will say, I've asked for information from a lot of our administrators, and I've never gotten that response that I got from Dr. Hall. I asked for financial information as a member of the Finance Committee from Trent all the time. And never once have I been asked, okay, but why? Never once.
Well, it's because it's in the context of the discussion you're having with Trent, it's probably pretty clear.
So what constitutes a request? I'm having a hard time because I asked for emails from the lawyers previously and I haven't ever received that data. So I need to understand the difference between asking for information and when I'm going to get that and then who's gonna make the call as to whether my request for information is valid or not. I'm having a hard time understanding that.
That would be something to work out in working agreements. Then we'd be clear, we know what goals are, we know.
But that means that sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does that mean that no request that doesn't come out of a board meeting that has a vote on it will be answered?
No, that's not what I meant at all. What I meant is, in developing working agreements or operating principles, that could be a point of discussion. What constitutes, defining requests, defining who directs my work, defining what is information, defining when does it cross a line into a body of work that impacts the work of the people in that office. There are other things happening, and we're happy to serve board members and requests, but when there's basically no consideration given to how that might impact the other people who are carrying out the work,
well, but
then I don't think I'm out of line for asking why you would need such a large report. And there could be differences of opinion on that.
Large report. I asked for a spreadsheet with 5 columns. The response from the FOIA is a 2-page document. It should have taken all of a minute for whoever manages salaries to export that.
You asked for a lot more than salaries, Ken.
I asked for salaries, benefits amounts, and stipends. or other
Benefits amounts is different for every employee. There's
But it should
over
all be
400
from the-
employees.
It should all be from the same source.
Okay. I sat down and talked with the person who would be responsible for it, and it was more than how you're describing it. So I have to defer, really, this is a bigger discussion. It's not about this report anymore. It's about working agreements, about who directs my work. It's about how you're gonna work together. Because the confusion of roles and responsibilities is at the root of all of this, really, and lack of trust, and we can throw that in as well. I'm just trying to have a discussion. If y'all are okay with this request, fine. But to me, it's one board member with a fairly large request, and then the response was, it's board business. And if it's board business, then that's all of you. It's not one person.
If it's board business, I don't have a clue as to what we're doing with this. And I'd kinda like to know.
I still don't. So you need to change that to that's Ken Keith business and not board business, because that's what you just clearly made it when you said you weren't going to share it.
So I think we need to make a decision tonight about how we're gonna handle these requests, and we need to be consistent.
It's a word difference
discussion.
between.
Let's not put it off anymore. Dr. Schultz proposed a solution at the start of this whole conversation.
And I do feel like we should, if we ask for information, we should get it, but if we are directing, we should not. And directing is to ask for work to be done within the district, and information is asking to receive information.
But what happens if there has to be work to be done to get the information together?
But
This
still
is where
re-
this,
that's still
I
receiving
understand.
information.
I'm asking for clarification because I agree with that definition. I'm not sure everybody does. That's why I asked the question, what is a request for information?
For example, for me, I could say, I would like, but won't, to say to Lindsay, I would like for you to direct the administrators to let kids go to the bathroom when they really, really need to, right? Because I've had so many people have issues with that and contact me about their kids having all the stress about not being able to go to the bathroom when they need to. But that would be direction. If I'm asking her to talk to administrators to change things in the district, that is not what I am allowed to do on my own. So that's why soon you'll see I'll propose a policy so that our whole board can talk about how we might address that need. But if I were to ask, how many toilets are there at the junior high? Then that is a request for information. I'm not asking her to go out and change something in the district. I'm just asking how many toilets are in the junior high. There's probably not a spreadsheet anywhere that says that right now, so someone might have to address that issue. I don't know, maybe Steve is thinking, I'm really organized, I have that right here. Like, 40, no. But that would just be information. It might not be already done, but information is when I wanna know information about something that's already happened in the past or the current status of something. And directing is when I go forward and say, please do this, change this policy, change this.
For the future.
Go talk to this person and make them do that.
I agree.
To me, that's the differentiation.
I think there are shades of gray in the style of the information when it comes to personalized data. I think there's gonna be judgment. I don't think we can legislate how information is to be delivered if there's a judgment call on personal information.
So,
Here's part of that.
but if it's FOIA-able, would you agree that if it's public information and in the public domain and can be FOIA'd, it's information that should be given? I mean, I'm trying to understand, is the hang-up that he asked for it in an Excel spreadsheet, or is the hang-up that he asked for the data?
I would never give it in an Excel spreadsheet. I would never want to do that. I'd be fine giving it in a PDF in the format that we've already made public. That's just me.
So even to a board
wasn't
member,
it-
you wouldn't give
Well,
data and.
I don't know, it depends on what we're doing with it. And I have no clue what we're doing with it.
Why does that depend?
Why can't he ask? You ask.
What?
I mean,
Because
why can't we
it
ask the
comes back
question?
to trust.
So I guess, I don't even know why he wants it either, but here's my question. So I don't know why he wants it, I'm not sure that I'm not sure that matters. So my question is.
You know, I could say give it to him on an Excel spreadsheet if I thought it was a good reason, but I don't know what the reason
What if you
is.
don't think it's a good reason? So do you get to, that's my question. So if you decide you don't think it's a good reason.
No, but the fact that I don't have a reason makes me very suspect.
But
I'll
I
just
don't
be
like
real
that you just said
honest.
it was a board project, and you include me on that, and you won't tell me, so that's why I didn't even say anything about it, I was like, I don't know nothing about
If
this.
you
If I
said,
know
I
the
just have a
reason-
question, I wanna look at the data with, is the problem that he said it was board business, or that he didn't just say, I'm just interested in looking at these numbers?
I didn't have anything to do with her communicating.
If I knew the
don't know
reason,
about when-
I could say it's a good reason or a bad reason. I don't even know the reason.
Okay, so if I had said, I'm just.
You know, when your kid
interested.
comes and asks you for $20, you say, what are you doing? I mean, I don't know, it's the way I'm conditioned.
So,
Maybe I'll give you 40 if you tell me it's a really good
so what
cause.
if the answer is Ken just wants to see the data?
I think he has a right to see the data, but it's like a courtesy to say, hey, here's what I'm thinking about. You know, that's what I would.
Yes, it's public data, and there's a PDF, you can have the public PDF.
But you also have to give some time to provide that information, but I think it's also courtesy and building trust to say, you know, Lindsay, here's what I'm thinking, I'd really like to look at this, you know, try and figure out, you know, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And that would then start to build some trust.
Oh, yeah, well, you need that in an Excel, sure, yeah, we can do that.
But you don't have to, I mean, you could just ask for it and say, this is what I want, but I think then there's a lot of questioning that goes on, and again, that trust relationship starts to get further and further away.
So I don't have to, then is it appropriate for her to deny it if I don't provide a reason?
What I'm bothered with here most is that I haven't heard any communication that happened to try to determine what the perceived burden is to actually provide it in a specific format. I don't know if that conversation ever occurred.
That's what I'm trying, is the problem the format? Because could Lindsay have said, I don't have that in Excel, can I give it to you in a PDF? I mean, communication does go both ways, so I'm confused as to what the crux of the problem is here. Like, is it that he asked? Is it that he asked for it in a format? Is it that it was Lindsay didn't know the reason that he wanted to have the information? Is it that she didn't say, I don't have it in Excel, that takes work, would you take it in a PDF? Was that done? I didn't see that in the training, but this whole communication and trust has to be a two-way street.
No, I get that, and Trent's not here to even tell us what the answers are for that, so I don't know how we can get that conclusion tonight.
It's a theoretical, let's just put it in a hypothetical.
No, it's not theoretical, everyone's judgment call.
Do board members have a right to any information that they request from the school district? Is there anything that's off limits, I guess, is what I'm asking?
Well, I think the board acts as a whole, obviously, and certainly any information that an individual board member asks that's public record entitled to. Beyond that, it gets, there's information that is needed to make decisions. Obviously, you're entitled to information in closed session that is not public information.
But I've even had it presented to me as a board member. Could I walk into the office and say, I need to look at this, this, and this? And would I have a right to whatever?
Certainly I can't look at student files, I've got no reason to look.
Exactly. I was just going to use that. The answer I pose is it depends. If I want to look at, and I've had this issue, I mean, if an individual board member says, I want to look at student records, no, it's not your own student. If an individual board member says, I want to look at teacher evaluations, I'm going to say no, unless it's something that, that person is being considered for reemployment or something by the board. But if a individual board member just comes and says, I'd like to look at certain employee evaluations, no, I'd say no. Is a board member entitled to information beyond what is strictly available under the Freedom of Information Act? I mean, maybe. I think it has to depend on the context, and I don't know that I'm not going to say, you're not living in a world where you tell board members they have to file FOIA requests for information. That would never be the practice.
Well, and the other side was what liability is the district for providing information that maybe they shouldn't have? And what would your advice to be to say, administrator who is not sure?
Well, I'd say if you're not sure in an individual situation, I mean, obviously it could be a situation where you contact legal counsel for further advice or consideration. And again, a lot of it depends on timing and other. My understanding is more that it wasn't, no, you can't have it, and I don't mean to get in the middle of it, but with some timing and wanting to keep some clarification, so
I've been under the impression that FERPA, which, is the law about student records, says that you need to have an administrative or educational purpose for looking at the record.
Right.
Right?
Yes, one of
So, like, for example, I mean, I don't want to do this, I'm just making up something. If I wanted to look at sort of grade distributions of the school so that I could see something. I mean, at the university, we've done that before. And so then I asked for all the grades in all the classes so that I could look at the grade distributions at the school. And I would have a legitimate academic reason to look at the distributed grades.
As an individual board member, I would disagree with that.
So how would the board then get information? Would Dr. Hall have access to that? information?
About records or what?
Yeah, I mean,
How
we're
about
talking about.
the distribution
This
of
probably
grades?
obviously is not what was presented, but, you know, if you're getting into student records, I mean, an individual board member would not have, I mean, there could be a violation of FERPA or Student Records Act in the state level to release to someone who doesn't have a need to know. There are certain exceptions for release. Yes, one of them is those with administrative interest. I would say does not include an individual board member. The board as a whole, if there's a student discipline hearing, if you have an expulsion hearing, then yes, that student's records.
No, I'm talking about,
Yeah.
Algebra 1 has 32 A's and 4 B's and 6 D's and.
If it's aggregate in total, that's different than individual, this person has an A, this person has a B.
Right, but I'm just giving an example where you would have access to grades, not of each particular student, but if there's an academic, or, administrative or educational reason to look.
Well, and I would say that there would be a legitimate reason if it's aggregate, you couldn't identify a specific student.
I mean, I don't want this information, I'm just trying to make up a
Right.
story, so.
Every case I can remember where we got into any kind of sensitive data, whether it be financial or if we haven't done grades and those kinds of things, it's always been in a meeting with an administrator, open or closed session, to review it from straight where the data comes from.
For non-sensitive data, it seems as though it's, a board member should have a right to data that anyone can ask for.
Data that anyone can ask for, I certainly agree. And again, obviously you're entitled to any information that's public record, and again, I would say you're entitled to more information as long as you can show that, I think in some way though, it does need to relate to.
I mean, if I wanted to ask how many toilets are at the junior high, I mean, it's ridiculous, but I'm just saying there's nothing FERPA violation for me to ask for that, and there might not be a document saying that, so a FOIA might not be fulfilled, but I should, as a board member, have the right to that type of information.
Actually, I think that's a good example. I think as
Sure.
for a member of the public, a response to, if someone puts a FOIA request that says, how many toilets are there? That's a big.
Yeah, I know.
And you have to document the public FOIA, so for a board member, I certainly say, yes, you're entitled to that information. We're not gonna make you submit a FOIA request and whether or not there's a going back.
I think we've got an issue that's bigger than the data itself, or whether it's information, or whether it's a directive. And I think that's with the style of communication. And some of what I've seen, Max, you said it, but some of what I've seen, I'm appalled. I learned from my mother when I was little that you should count to 10 when you text, tweet, or email. We didn't have those in those days, we know that. And I think a knee-jerk reaction in today's quick accessibility is not always the right way to do it. And I've observed some things that I think are just totally wrong. A couple in the last month. And the first question was not, my goodness, what is going on for the burden? My goodness, what must be happening where I didn't get the information as soon as I thought I was gonna get it? I didn't see any evidence of the kind of conversation that we'd wanna have in a communicate between a teacher and our kid. It was worse than I'd wanna have between a teacher and my kid. And I'm seeing it from board members. So I think the problem's not the technical question or differentiation between information or a directive. And all I'd ask is, let's tone it down. Let's be understanding of what the other person must be going through. What would it be like to walk in their shoes today?
Well, there were a couple of emails I would classify as threatening.
Which ones?
We have a real problem here. This affects all 7 of us. We've recently seen another situation where so-and-so decided to overrule the rule of the board. I suggest we meet the 7 of us in closed session to discuss how to correct the situation.
That's threatening?
What's threatening to me?
Wait, can you read that again, please?
We have a real problem here. This affects all 7 of us. It was recently seen in another situation where Dr. Hall decided to overrule the rule of the board. And she's copied on this email. I suggest we just meet the 7 of us in closed session and discuss how to correct this situation.
We might need to go into closed session to discuss that. No? Yes?
I mean, that comes off as threatening. And that's what we're shooting around. I don't understand. I understand why we have to do that.
What would you have rather it said? I mean, to me, it's a request. I mean, I understand that you don't like what they said, but to me, I suggest we meet in closed session to discuss what's happening.
I would agree it's a closed session topic. I think it's a personnel issue. And
We can discuss how to deal with that or what we think about it probably in closed session. But I know what I saw as what I viewed as a threat. I viewed that as a threat.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know that we're gonna resolve this tonight. I think.
So I'm still confused as to if I can ask for information then, because this has not given me any clarity. If we're not gonna resolve this tonight, then what I'm left with is just don't ask any more questions for any other data until what point?
I think it's clear. You can ask for anything that's public information.
I think the greater clarity comes from Lindsay not having 7 bosses.
Right.
She's got 1. So I think requests for information, or requests for consolidation of information, or an understanding of things, that's the board president's job. We should funnel these things through the board president and have that one point of communication there. I think the minor stuff, can't speak for Dr. Hall, but I can't imagine there'd be issues on minor things, but I think it's a protocol.
So we request
that I think is
through Max
fair.
now is what you're suggesting.
That's been a protocol we've followed for a long time.
So nobody ever said that to me. I've been on the board for 6 months.
That's been talked about.
It has.
That we were funneling all requests through Max?
Yes, I believe it was talked about in
Yeah,
self-evaluation.
I have not heard that.
All requests for information go through Max. We don't ask you directly for information, we discussed that?
I think it was a point of discussion. I'm not sure we landed on anything, because again, absence of working agreements.
Is there anything in policy that says that?
Let's hope not.
Can I ask what
My
the difference
goodness.
is of me going through Max? Does Max
I think,
have the ability to say, I'm not going to forward that request for information?
I think
I'm just trying to
it
understand.
depends what the request is.
And who makes the decision on whether or not the request is valid?
I think if you're just asking a question, you ask Dr. Hall the question.
But in fairness to
I think
Ken, I
if we're-
think he asked for a question for data, and we have a problem with that request. So I'm trying to understand what the problem is with the request.
I thought the problem with the quest, my interpretation was that when she asked what he wanted for, she asked the what, his answer was for a board project, and then I didn't know what she was talking about. So that's where I thought the issue was there. I'll just say that part about that. That I can answer.
So if he had said, I just wanna see this data, would you have felt comfortable sending that to him,
I
Lindsay?
probably would have asked him what he was wanting it for.
I think I still would have just been
I probably
curious
would've
and
said, like,
said,
what's it- what are
you
you
know, come
doing?
on in and let's talk. I mean, I think an interesting dynamic here is we spent like an hour talking about building relationships with administrators, and then when the suggestion to come in and sit down and talk about data and information is presented, it seems like a really foreign or strange idea, and actually that would really be welcomed. But then that would probably cause you, Ken, to have to maybe talk about why it is you want this information, and you might have a really good reason why you don't want to share that. I'm not questioning that. I felt that it was a directive from one board member. That's how I read the email, and I got a second email in the same vein. And so that was why then I said, what's it for? I don't think it's unreasonable to just ask that question. Someone is going to need to engage in that office in some body of work to provide you what you asked for. So just out of pure professional courtesy and consideration, I think it's not unreasonable to know. But it led to the bigger question of just the board as a whole directing my work, which then impacts the work of the administration in the school district. It's not a 6-hour thing. I get that. I'm not saying that's what it is. I don't know how long it is because I'm not going to be the one that does it. I don't know how. But someone else has the expertise, and out of consideration for that person and what they need to do, I don't think it's out of the question to say what's it for, and also just bring to this table a discussion about how the superintendent's work is directed by these 7 people, because it's really confusing. I understand that you all have different ideas about the amount of data that you want and the amount of information you want, and for some of you, it's like 0. And for some of you, it's more than that. And I respect whatever unique need you have that brings to the board, but I go back to what Merle just said, it causes like 7 different kind of relationships, and the board is meant to speak as one to direct the superintendent's work. And that was the point of putting this on the agenda this evening. I'm not saying it's going to be easy to define that, but it's got to be a discussion that takes place, because there's a lot of confusion about roles right now. And there's a lot of things that feel like micromanagement, and there's a lot of things that feel like you're really down in the weeds.
If
And
I'm
that is
hearing
not making it a productive board to take care of the school business that's ahead of us.
If I'm hearing you right, you've also got a management issue. If you want to direct a larger body of work to be able to grab information, you need some ability to understand, in directing a subordinate, and understanding what that time demand really is. And that, I think, is a professional courtesy as well. You ought to know as much as possible so you can direct your staff.
I mean, I think it's a logical question for staff to say, why am I doing this? Why am I stopping this and doing this? What's it for?
Sure.
So I don't think, I mean, you know, it's 11 o'clock. We've been here, I don't know, a lot of hours on this track.
Okay, but let's get some value out of this long, drawn-out discussion. The 7 of us are here. Let's make a decision. And as long as it's applied consistently, I won't have a complaint. I just want it to be, if we decide that there needs to be a clear purpose that Dr. Hall approves before a request is fulfilled, then that's a rule that applies to all 7 of us. That's all I care about.
Honestly, I've never gotten a request like yours from anyone else, except maybe Megan. So I'm not giving out information to other people. And there's an implication from some things that you've said to me in emails that I treat people on this board differently. Well, the president has a very specific role. So I talk to Max a lot more than anybody else, and probably the rest of you should be glad for that. It's not you, it's him. But if I get a request, I mean, I get people ask questions. I'm not withholding anything. I didn't deny you specifically because your name was attached to the email. So I want to make that clear and be on record saying it.
So Max, how do we break this down? What's directive? What's information? When are they fulfilled?
Now, this is my opinion, based on being around for a long time. I think if you've got a question and you wanna ask Dr. Hall, and it's a question and answer, or can I get this document that already exists, then you do that. But I think if we're creating things, then that to me indicates that there's some kind of board project going on. And if there's a board project going on, I think we should either A, talk about it at board meetings, or if it's something that comes up between board meetings, if I'm the point person, then I should be in the loop, and we know what's going on. That may be hard to quantify, but I mean, you know, if you wanna know how many toilets there are at Lincoln Trail, because, you know, you heard we're having a hard time
Poor
doing
Steve
it.
is probably gonna be the report.
You know, I don't know that we need to talk about that at a board meeting and decide to direct that, or that needs to come through me. But when there's a major undertaking going on under the name of the board that the board doesn't know about, that just doesn't feel right. And I think it either needs to go to the board, or it needs to at least
Well,
come
it
through one of the
doesn't-
committees.
It doesn't mean that
Come through.
information cannot be available.
Right.
It just needs to be,
Just need to know what's going on.
provide some
One
needs some
thing that
background
has
information.
frustrated me to no end is we've got stuff coming this way and stuff coming that way and it just seems like chaos, okay?
Now, what about
I mean,
information?
we've had, and not to pick on you, but this is just an example. I mean, I've heard we've had, you know, we had a finance meeting and I couldn't be here and we talked about the levy and everything was good and we're already moved forward, and then at the 9th hour, this whizzes in.
What
And
about,
I'm like, what the heck? Not that there's a problem with questioning why should it be 650 and not 670 or vice versa. That's a great discussion to have. But it's not a great discussion to come out of left field minutes before we're ready to approve it. That's where I've got the problem with it. And I feel like there's not communication, there's just.
So you're saying we need to have
And we're
another
functioning in chaos. And we can't do, that does a huge disservice to the school district. It does a huge disservice to our employees, to our students, to the people we represent in the community, because we're just. You know, there's a reason we've got committees, so things come up through committees.
what about additional information for a board meeting?
I think, well, it's probably a working agreements thing, but I think what we've said is we want, if you've got questions for information in board meetings, they need to be here, before noon this Thursday, right? Is what we've said.
Well,
I'm sorry, not noon this Thursday.
I think at one time we threw out noon on Mondays, the day of the meeting.
Right.
It certainly just helps to have any information or questions ahead of time.
But I mean,
So,
that's why we have consent agendas and things like that. I mean, that's it. I mean, this is not geared to you. This is totally my mother talking, who turned 82 today, which was why I was one of the reasons I was late getting here. My mom always said, you know, your poor planning, Lorianne, doesn't constitute an emergency for me. And my mom says that all the time. But I think about that, and that does make me be more rigid in my rules, Carol Ann. And then I feel like we always have the flexibility to go forward. We talked about continuing on things that we want to talk about later, you know, like, so that wasn't geared toward you, that's really more geared toward the timeline thing. But that's because I do take the time to read everything and look at it, and I want to make the best decisions that I can based upon the information that everybody has provided.
That helps, I don't think that helps.
But I thought we had like 3 days or 3 business days before. I don't know. I mean, That's why we have the working agreements, that's why that's so important, we need to go over it, I think.
So, can I send this email to you, Max, and ask for that data for the current and previous year? Will we be okay?
I'm probably gonna ask you why you want it.
Okay. Okay, then we can have a conversation.
Okay, we'd have a conversation about it, that'd be fine.
But then it's not a board project, it's a you project, right?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I may like the answer. Okay. But what I don't know, I'm skeptical. I'll just be honest. And I think,
You gotta be, if you're.
I think I'm not the only one that feels that way. All right.
But I also think it's good to make sure that there's an opportunity to have those discussions. You know, we should try to have a levy discussion in November, more than just, well, this is temporary and we'll talk about it more later. We should talk about it right away, because then you don't have that surprise element, right? Just like tonight when I was asking about the facilities, like, I don't wanna wait until next month, and then on the agenda is vote in all of this stuff, but we've never talked about it, and then if I say, well, wait, we've never talked about it, it seems like it comes in from left field. So we should do our best to try to talk about it initially, so that we don't get to the point where we're just feeling like there's no conversation to be had.
And, well, and some of that's perception, because I've been on a bunch of levy discussions over the years, and this is probably one of the most talked about levies we've ever done. Now, I don't know if it's the leader, but it's right up there. There's been more levy discussion this time than 80% of previous levy discussions I've been in. But if you've got questions, we need.
Right, I guess I'm asking, when
if you got
Ken
questions-
should have asked that question, when you would have preferred Ken to have asked that question, is mine.
Either earlier on or.
Earlier on when?
Did you
We're
have
talking
the-
about the levy?
Yeah, didn't you have the meeting tonight? I wasn't there, but
Just
did you
as
not
an
ask that at the committee meeting?
The
He wasn't
finance,
there either.
I mean, Ken's on the finance committee, the finance committee went through this.
So I asked,
By Trent.
I asked if there was interest in altering the current levy at the finance committee, and I think I asked Dr. Hall if we are able to, as a board, make changes to the levy before we pass the resolution, and she said yes. But I didn't have it prepared at that time, because at that finance committee, I was hoping to discuss and talk about how we together could figure out what to tweak,
So
numbers to change.
what would have been helpful is maybe over the weekend, sending out an email to the entire group or to me and just say, hey, I'm gonna bring forth some changes to the levy.
Okay.
So just FYI, heads up, coming with something different than what's planned. I mean, just that alone would eliminate
Right.
the element of surprise. You know, if that were done, you could have shared it
And
ahead
I
of time.
probably would have raised my hand and said, what do you want to change, and asked you to explain it to me, and I probably would have called Trent. Quite honestly, because he's one of the best school finance guys around, and I trust him. And I'm not gonna feel comfortable overriding his work at the last minute without talking to him about it. I'm just
This
not.
was a particularly difficult situation, that's not difficult, right?
Right.
I mean,
Absolutely
we
no
need to
fault of
acknowledge
Trent's.
that this is not how it would normally go, and availability was different than.
Yeah.
All right, it's 11:10. We've got a closed session to go. Communication from visitors. We had a time early on for communication. Is there anything else from visitors at this point? You've missed an opportunity to say something tonight that you want us to know. Hearing none. This time a closed session is necessary for one, the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of a specific employee of the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee to determine its validity. 2, the placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 3, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered into the minutes of closed session. Is there a motion to go into closed session for those reasons?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Keith,
Yes.
Larson,
Yes.
Hennessy.
Yep.
Hendricks,
Yes.
Schultz,
Yes.
Giles,
Yes.
McComb.
Yes, we'll take 5 minutes to clear the room, comfort break, and then we will go into closed session. We do not anticipate any business at the end of closed session.
It's not gonna be tonight.
Yeah, no. You wouldn't get the phone if you couldn't get
You're listening to us.
Thanks, Daniel.
Thanks, Damien, thanks for answering all my questions. I was not trying to be difficult. I was trying to just ask questions.
I would really like to pick up a pizza right
Yes.
now. Thank you so much.
Yes, all right, nice, yes. Oh, it's, I live in town.
Here?
Yeah.
There's plenty.
Ken, we're talking about Papa Bell's pizza, do you like it?
I love Papa
You were
Bell's
saying,
pizza.
you're really good.
In fact, I've got a work party at Papa Bell's tomorrow, and I was very disappointed to find out that my 9-year-old has strep, so I'm not gonna be able to make it.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Let's talk about
You think I could bring her
I
to
think
the
you,
party?
has she got an antibiotic?
She's on antibiotics right now?
When did she start it?
Well, she started it at 4.
Well, Ken,